Alors, bonsoir tout le monde.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this regular public meeting of the Dieppe City Council on this January the 22nd. He means February. That's what I was going to say, February. It goes very fast, February the 22nd. I have a hard time with calendars these days. It could be because of COVID that I find that this long. This being said, we will start with our announcement and our word of opening. Dear colleagues, let's have the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. So we have a quorum. Good return to City Hall for several of you. You've spent the last meetings from your home, and now in Zone Orange, we're back. And we continue. Not that we ever stop. So let's call the meeting to order. We have a quorum. Is there any conflict of interest from the municipal council members? Conflict of interest? None. Adoption of the agenda, Councillor Cormier, seconded by Councillor Arsenault. Any questions? No question. All those in favor of the resolution say aye. Contrary-minded, nay. So carried. The agenda is adopted as presented. Let's go to item 7, presentations, inquiries, and petition. The first one, 7.1, inquiries by council members for the Kodiak Regional RCMP. And the inspector is with us, Monsieur Gillette. Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. I'm there. Does anyone have any questions for the inspector? Monsieur Leblanc?
Easy. Merci, Monsieur le Maire.
Thank you, Your Worship. A question for Inspector Gillette. We received a message from the superintendent asking for the municipality, when do you intend to make this strategic plan for next year? Well, good question. The reason we're asking that, we're asking the bylaws and what concerns the people, the members of council, and we want to organize our stuff for the fiscal year with the RCMP. We work fiscal April the 1st to March the 31st. So for a strategic year, that will be 2021 to 2022. It's something we started doing with our meeting with Division G in each province of New Brunswick. But here we want to finalize what we intend to have as a priority, and most of the time we talk about road safety, community involvement. So these plans will be finalized before April 1st. That's why we're seeking some information from the council to see what concerns the people of Dieppe to try and include it in our strategy for the forthcoming year. Is it a public document that will be come out afterward? It's a good question. Normally, it's a document that is internal only. But since I've only been here for 1 year in the greater Kodiak area, I'll find the answer and let you know. Just to know what your priorities would it be shared with the members of council, for instance, your concern. Well, even if the document is not shared, these are things that we can present to you in the next meetings. Thank you very much. Anyone else?
Non?
No?
Continue.
Let's continue. Next item.
Présentation sur
Presentation
web pour la
on the
participation
web
publique.
platform for public participation. Monsieur Richard,
Podium.
who is coming forward to the podium. Good evening, Your Worship, members of Council, dear colleagues. It is with pleasure that we inform you of a new tool aiming to favorize the participation of the public. It's a web interactive and accessible web, giving citizens aware of some initiative from the municipality that necessitate from the community in order to make a decision. Before I go any further, I want to thank my colleagues, especially at the communication, Julie and Jean, who were really uh, important in the implementation of this tool, following a lot of reflection, internal consultation, and towards some outside people from in the community, as well as a survey with the employees. We revealed the new platform for the city of Dieppe entitled Dialogue Dieppe in English, Dieppe in French, and in English it's Dieppe Dialogue. You can go and see the link. It's been in operation since this afternoon. Why a web platform like this, and what is it good for? As you know, it is hard during this pandemic to involve the community in decision making by the municipality because it's very difficult to join people during this pandemic. So the platform, we have to understand, does not replace the prudential activities. It has advantages, but nevertheless, it can be good to improve the participation. The management hope the help of the municipality for giving help on one side, the flexibility of being able to participate for a citizen, which is one of the main advantage we noted in the last few years when we had participation from the public. So often it was hard to go and get the parents of young children, or even during the winter to get seniors, because these people don't want to displace because of the weather. But a tool like this will help these people to participate at a time that is convenient for them. That these are great advantages also. Have to note that the platform is accessible for a blind uh, that use a cane. It's a platform that is recognized very well. And there's a decision to be made. We have to understand that it does not replace a website of the city of Dieppe. It doesn't have the same purpose. So this platform, if some projects are there, it's because there is an objective inside. There is a decision to be made, and this is why there's a distinction with our website. How does it work? It's quite simple. Any person can access to the welcome and choose French or English as the language they want to use. We see an icon of different type of project in operation. With the time, we can also consult the former project that have been concluded. It will become somewhat of an archive or a cooperative memory to go and see everything from the past. If we go see the municipality that has the same tool, we can see in past years the kind of projects that they made and have that information available for the citizens. Once the people have chosen a project, well, we find the summary of that project. We can find all kinds of appendix, connects. For those who really want some details, it's when we come to choose a subject. Well, we also find the deadline of a step that leads to a decision on this page, as you will see on the right. Different phase of a given project. We see also the persons who are listening, We see the name of the person, the visages. So it make the project more personal because we see there's someone at the end of the line that is listening and knows what is happening. There are also activities. The public participation, the tool allow us, I think it's 9 different type of participation tool. It's more than simply a small survey. There are interactive cards, there are histories of success. There's all kind of tools that it allow us to do. These tools are chosen as to the type of project and the level of involvement of the population and citizenship. One thing they have to understand is we have to subscribe to participate. Any person can go to see, consult, but if we want to participate in the activities, you have to subscribe. It's not complicated. I'll tell you in a second. So you have seen on the page that we mentioned here on top, when we touch the icon, it allows us to subscribe by answering question 4 compulsory question. The username, we need your name and first name and name, postal code, and a group of age. There's a choice, and that's mainly for us to understand the demography who is participating. Then we ask you also by choice, if you choose to participate, to answer 4 other questions. It's a choice. You don't have to, but these are questions that will allow us to better understand who is participating in our activity so that when we analyze on a given decision, we are able to establish a demography. These are things we ask you. Finally, you have to accept the conditions of use and confidentiality that are standard to the policy of the city and what we do when you deal with app and social media and everything. It's quite simple. It's very easy to subscribe. Why participate? When a municipality invites the municipality to participate in the platform is because there is a decision that has yet to be taken, and we sincerely want the participation of the people. Sometimes there are in index of all the projects that are put in value on that project will be influenced by the contribution of the participant. If the decision has been taken, we can't put a project there just for the fun. If we put it there, it's because we sincerely intend to have the contribution of the to help us to make a decision. So we can go on the platform to remain informed, but we can go further when we and to participate to be heard. It's what we hope the municipality will do. And finally, we hope that people will become ambassador of the municipality and to share in their network that nice opportunity to contribute to their community. Now it's time to uh, go to action. We have 2 projects. We have 1 project that has been launched this afternoon. It's a project just to uh, bring out the interest, encourage the people to subscribe. Maybe I'm contradicting myself in that there's not a formal decision to be made on this file, but it will influence the future decision on the city as to how we will see the city, how we could insight what is attractive. What you like the most in Dieppe is a question. Want to incite the interest. We want them to visit the platform. 2 questions. One is share your memorable time. We ask them to go on the tool history and to relate in their own word. What is a memorable time that they had in the city of Dieppe to the site they visited, or sometimes they saw. And there's also an interactive card map that allows them to place an area that they like the most, a center, a park. Maybe there's a hidden treasure somewhere, Dieppe. We ask you to share it with people, share it with other people. We'll come out with a nice map bona fide of all kinds of nice things as to the residents. The second project that will be open in the next few days is entitled Vision for Former Site of the Century. We want to receive ideas as to the future use of the Century Arena that is free now, that available on this project. You will find a map of the study zone and other information that are very pertinent as to the phase of the project and so on and so forth. And to conclude, there's other projects that are in preparation of being completed. We have the main project that is undertaken with tenders being called on March 1st. And we also have an active transport, mobility, urban mobility. And also, we already know that we have certain policies or new policies that we want to do, that could use of the platform. We also have different initiative on program that could be pertinent to the platform. And that's it. These are projects that are under development. As you can see, it's a nice tool. It's a tool that will allow us to help us to involve the community, especially during COVID, but afterwards also, and the objective to help us when it comes time to make a decision. That's a presentation for tonight. If I don't know if you have any comments or questions, we'll answer them. Questions, comments,
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Merci, Monsieur le maire.
Thank you, Your Worship.
C'est un outil qui va s'aider
Is there a tool that will be available
de trouver
that we can find it
le site web de la municipalité,
within the municipality website,
web totalement.
or is it a website on its own, independent? It will be on our site. Yes, there is a link from our site that will link to that dieppe.ca to that one. Thank you,
Ici,
Madame Leboutier.
C'est juste un commentaire, c'est vraiment bien.
Just a comment. It's very nice. We see it. Very good.
Citoyens vont apprécier. Nous aussi.
N'hésitez pas de partager dans vos réseaux.
Don't hesitate to share in your network.
merci, Monsieur Godet.
Monsieur Godet, thank you, Your Worship. My question has to do
Suite à la demande, on reçoit
following the request. We receive all kinds of recommendation, but at what time will the council be made aware of these ideas? Will there be a screening, a triage that will be made at the beginning when we know everything that the citizens tell you? It's a public site. It is moderated 24/7. Whether you subscribe or not, you're able to go and see what is happening. No, but the recommendation,
C'est ça, oui. Mais chaque projet a quand même ses
each project
Les outils qui sont utilisés, tout ça.
have their particularity as to the tools that they use,
Dans un rapport,
and it'll be taken in a report, make the analysis when it comes time to make a project.
Si quelqu'un d'autre?
Anyone else?
Non?
No,
Pas d'autres
I don't see
demandes. Alors,
anyone else.
cette présentation,
Thank you for the presentation.
je suis convaincu que ça va devenir
I'm
un
convinced
travail
it will become a very search for
Alors, merci beaucoup.
a working tool. Thank you very much.
Prochain item.
Next item, 7.3, presentation
Concernant
concerning the
l'organisme
marketing organization, destination marketing organization, Luc Bijot, and our good friend Ron Toogood.
So, welcome to Dieppe Council.
Alors, bonsoir, Monsieur le maire et membres du conseil.
Good evening, Your Worship and members of council. Thank you for receiving us and giving us the opportunity to present this project.
Est-ce que tout le monde m'entend bien?
Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you.
Est-ce qu'on sait si Monsieur Toogood
Do we know if
Oui,
Mr.
je
Toogood
suis avec vous ce
is
soir.
here? He's with us tonight.
Toogood, qui est
Mr.
président
Toogood is president of the Association of Greater Moncton Hotel Association. He's with us tonight.
qui ont donné demande
We were supposed to have another member of the executive. For personal reason, he's unable to attend. So I want to thank Mr. Toogood for all his work and his group and their cooperation in this new project. So I wanted to make a presentation as to an update of the project. The elements that I want to deal with tonight is the financing of the project, the main responsibility, the structure of the future council of the agency, and the agreement of service we will have, and the next step. The first element I want to deal with is the financing of the project. As you probably know, the financing for this project will come from the taxation on lodging in Dieppe. It's been over a year that we have in place a system to collect the taxation on lodging. Same thing in Moncton. So in the two municipalities that we collect the tax, and this is for the project of a regional marketing organization. As to how the money will be invested in this project, you have a table in front of you. 3% will go to administrative expenses for the Greater Moncton Agency, 2% for the municipality. Afterwards, 19% will go to the municipality for the management of major events in the future. It's really to choose it's a way of attracting tourism and who will spend some time in our region, in our municipality. 76% will go for the operation of the agency. It's an amount that will be given at different time of the year. It will be for the operation of the agency as such. If I talk about the main responsibility as for the agency, that is the partners who are the municipalities and the hotel association from the municipality will manage the tax and administer it. We will manage and administer the major the plan for the major events. The percentage 19% is really to attract elements events in our region, and we will participate with the agency. You'll see later on as to the structure of the agency. We are a member, we have a representation on the council, on the board. That's the role of the municipality. As for the association of hotel operators in Moncton, there's the promotion of the industry, the co-op marketing, because the hotel owners will be a player that has a direct impact on the clientele that are the tourism. They'll have a greater role to play in they will have a representation on the board of directors. The agency, the main responsibility of the agency, obviously, they'll do the promotion of the destination. So to give you an example, it can be a major event that we have in the end, and that will have a marketing and a specific promotion towards that kind of event. That's an example. So this is the important thing about this agency is to promote the area, the region. There will be sale, marketing with the different businesses. Try to package deal and try to make the region attractive for tourism. We will aim with the agency some initiatives that are out of season. Here we talk mostly about initiative, what we call shoulder season, time of the year when you have less tourism. Try to create initiative that will attract more people here. We'll have the development of partnership and the preparation of market. And then the agency will do some data collection and see who's coming to visit us, what is the impact the agency had and try to measure the impact that the agency might have had. As to the structure of the council and the agency, the board, we have 11 members that will be members of the board of directors. As for the accommodation, 5 members are appointed by the Association of Hotel Operators in the Greater Moncton. 4 persons will be directly related to the industry of the hotel industry. Of these 4, one or that will be from the and the others will be from the region. There's one other person who will be appointed by the agency of the Greater Moncton hotel operators, but there's not one that is directly related to the hotel, but rather to tourism. They will appoint 5 persons, 4 are directly linked to the industry of hotel operation. There's 3 representatives for attraction, the sector of attraction. This can be a restaurant owner, a specific attraction. It can be the micro breweries, transportation. These 3 delegates will be appointed together, will be appointed by the Association of the Greater Moncton Hotel Operators and the municipalities. The 3 representatives, we will agree on the 3 representatives. 2 representatives from municipalities, 1 from Dieppe and 1 from the Moncton area. And the last person on the board is 1 person that has no affiliation, and we seek someone who has a professional expertise. It can be a legal, financial aspect, that that person will be named by the city of Moncton. Other elements that I would like to deal with to the structure of the council, the elements that are important to consider with the people we want to appoint. We want to put the emphasis on this agency. It's really an agency that must be directed by people that are in the industry. This is why you see that it's practically all people that are related to the industry, and it has to be managed by that kind of persons. We want to make sure to have a diversity within the gender representation, have a good balance. The service agreement, just an update. We're at the 5th version of the agreement that we are developing. We presented a copy. There will be a last version. We're practically at the end that we're at ease to present it to be adopted by the municipal council. And there is a clause that we're working on, but we're practically at the end of it. We'll come back to present it to you, that service agreement. We also have, we made a checkup with the direction, with management, a legal check on this agreement. A lot of work has been brought into preparing this agreement. The next steps, of course, as I just said, we'll come back to the municipal council for your approval. As to the service agreement, that's the key element so that we can start with the agency. There will be an incorporation of the agency. That's important to incorporate that agency that will service the area. We will also implement a board of director. We will appoint the persons, we'll approach the different potential delegates, and we'll come back to you with nominations that will be proposed. And finally, it will be the work plan of the operation of the agency and see the being that I think it's at a crucial time. We know that the pandemic had some devastative effect on the area, and we'll look at the future with a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of possibilities, and this agency will have a major role to play for the future of tourism in our region. That's my presentation.
Merci, Monsieur Bugeaud.
Thank you, Mr. Bugeaud.
Ron, I don't know if you have.
Ron?
I hope you're getting good service from our translation services. And I just want to give you the opportunity to input or talk about how you see things.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Lapierre, councillors and staff. Good evening. Thank you for extending the invitation to speak on behalf of the Greater Moncton Hotel Association. Today, we are on the cusp of implementing a destination marketing organization, or DMO, for our region. The journey to arrive at this point has a history going back at least 15 years. Throughout this journey, visitor accommodation providers in New Brunswick had a very basic requirement that the process must be industry supported and the result industry led. I am pleased to acknowledge that in Dieppe and Moncton, this is what the partners have agreed upon. This is a credit to supportive municipal officials and staff who have worked with us in recent years as the DMO partnership has taken shape. In the best of times, a well-functioning DMO is important to the success of a visitor economy. With the end of the pandemic in sight, it's critical that we get the DMO operational so that local business is positioned to gain maximum benefit from the public desire to travel again. There's pretty consistent studies that say there's quite a bit of pent-up demand for travel, as we can all, I'm sure we can all relate to this time of year, how much we'd like to travel someplace other than where we are. But we're hoping we will draw people into our region as well. The hospitality industry has been devastated over the past year. Hotels, hotels and the entire visitor economy will need the marketing boost that levy funds channeled through the DMO will bring. Thank you for your interest and support as we've gone down this path. If there's any questions, I'd be pleased to address them now.
Thank you very much. Est-ce qu'il y a des questions de la part des membres du conseil pour Monsieur Toogood?
Any questions for Mr. Toogood from the councillors?
Madame Marceau.
Ms. Arsenault? Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to say that it looks very promising. And with the end of COVID-19, I think we will have a lot of people who will want to travel. Get ready, Mr. Toogood. A big army will be coming in. Thank you. Anyone else?
No?
No? So there's no resolution. It's just a presentation. So thank you. Thank you, Monsieur Bugeaud.
Always a pleasure to see you and talk to you. On a bien hâte de voir
We
arriver.
hasten to see the official launching with the name of the communities that are well represented. This being said, have a good evening. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
OK, prochain item.
Next item.
Présentation
Presentation of the community survey results concerning the zoning bylaw revision. Monsieur Melanson. Yes, thank you, Worship. Good evening, members of council and everybody. Just to put a context on the next two items that are in the presentation, just to put in context why we're here in the revision of the municipal bylaw. Members of council, you remember, I hope you remember well, that in September last, we still had a request of rezoning by developers and a series of several requests that were on the agenda. Question was asked to the staff how to deal with that. So the staff explained that through the revision of our municipal plan and the bylaw, it's a way of adjusting according to the present situation in 2021, situation of the whole development of our territory. What does that mean now? The revision of our municipal plan. So here we are constituted and directed by the Law Planning Act. It's the whole steps. It's legislated, it's structured, and we have to respect that. Every municipality must consult the population during a rezoning, and the law as population be consulted as follow. This is the law that prescribes this. Notice on website asking the people to send objections and comments we've received at the last meeting, to have a public hearing, a presentation of projects, and reading of the objections. We also did that. In normal time, the population could have come to present their comments in person, but because of COVID, we are directed by the virtual way. It's something we did also. The plan is the PAC that is constituted to make a decision to decide whether to proceed and to give it to the council. Following this, the council will decide at that time to proceed or not with the required reading by the law to adopt a bylaw. That vote is done over two different meetings, and we have four readings. Following the question and comments we've received, we've chosen to add one step that is exceptional for this year because of the COVID. To this process, where a survey on our website was added. The questions are in relation with the comments that we received previously. That additional step is to allow all the persons to give their opinion to help the council to make an enlightened decision. We say the municipality has no authority to intervene in the sale of property. We've heard some comments between owners. This is strictly between an entity, a private entity. The owners of land must respect the planner's decision, and respect the building that are on that property. That these are the guys. There's no vote today. The vote is planned for March the 8th. But tonight, the council can ask and debate on the presentation that the planning service have prepared. Following the comments, the objection we received, they made an analysis of all these elements. But previously, I invite now my colleague Anis Stefaneluk. They became volunteer to read the results of the survey that was completed Friday evening. We think it's important to share this with you and share also the comments to the public. The people ask us to share these comments. So here is why we're here. And I think it's Annie that will start with the first comment. Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, members of council and Mr. Manager. The survey that we made public was active from February the 5th to the 15th. We had to the 19th, 98 answers. 600 comments were made. That's why we'll share to read those comments. Don't worry. Some comments are a few words only. So I hope we're not here until early morning. I'll go one question at a time, and then we'll tell you the comments that go with that question. It's easy to follow. The first question we ask, in your opinion, would influence the development of a house, a row house will have on your ward? Positive 13, neutral 33, negative 54. So the comments that we receive about that question, and to make it clearer for everybody to follow, I will number each answer that may not be the same that you have in your documents, because the answers with no comments or something that was repetitious. So you will see that I don't have the same number as you, but we'll read all comments. Number one, my ward is only composed of single family dwelling. Two, the street in which this was added recently created a situation where there's 100% of car park on the side of the street. without design sidewalks, we can only drive one car at a time. I think it has its place. We have to make sure that the road structure is done accordingly. That boat is an example. Before the pandemic, this street was dangerous because the number of cars parked created blind spot. Three, the problems, traffic problems, the car park in the street, they contribute to a negative effect on the ward. Four, the developer cut all the trees during the project. They had no consideration for the intimaity and no respect for the nature. They cut century trees to resell them without consideration. Fifth, we forget often to put a value on the beauty of the nature we find with the block. The concept is interesting. We would have to see attractive. Nobody come back from a Europe trip by saying, "Oh my God, it's worthless to do beautiful things. I wouldn't want my work to be like that." We forget the importance of aestheticity. Six is give too solitary and uniform creates problem for snow removal because they drive way too close one to the other. Seven, so too much density of the population. There should be more green space. Eight, reduce the charm, give an effect less familiar. Nine, plan the ward separately, what with have a quarter with row houses and multi-story. This separated by the buffer loan. As soon as this remains exceptional and spread with trees. 11. We just have a retirement house in the ward that were with you, a single family dwelling. A new developer purchased a large part of the development in order to sell it to investors who want to fill with row houses. A few row houses here and there, it's acceptable, but to fill a neighborhood with 100 row houses and apartment block will hinder the site. Each building could represent 10 to 15. Well, it becomes dangerous to walk in the street. The kinds of house, so those who rent don't feel like maintaining the lawn. 12 is just what we see. No yard, no trees, only buildings. Where is the green plan that you talk about? What is happening in construction in Dieppe is awful. Just to see the nature being destroyed really breaks my heart. Don't 14. Generally speaking, this kind of houses are not as well maintained as a single family dwelling and retain the value. Somebody like me can't live beside these 15, even if the row houses are beautiful inside. They very seldom have a charm when we find some detached houses. 16. It depends where we put them. Generally, according to me, we should plan a street, a ward with a kind of similar structure. 17. And I stop spreading all over. 18. It's an old ward and there is no good place. It blocks the nice view that we have of the family and destroys the green space. They're not as bad as apartment building that risk to see a lot of developer go by and make the ward more dangerous for the traffic. 20. In an appropriate ward. 21. This will certainly have an impact on the value of the property and remove the charms of our community that at the beginning were attractive. Furthermore, the elimination of wood area brings nothing positive. 22. Cut all the trees when they build row houses. 23. It seems that the influence is only on the concentration of row houses. Too much concentration can seem a ghetto, while a good mixture seems more appropriate. 24. will reduce the value of the single-family dwelling in my area, will increase the traffic on my street. That becomes more dangerous for my children, will reduce the natural aspect with the clearance cutting. 25, not interested in having row houses in my neighborhood. Put them onto Charlottesville. 26, want too much traffic, more houses, more traffic. It will increase. 2, disappearance of nature. Unbelievable the quality of trees that were built. Enough is enough. When we bought our house 10 years ago, we had rabbit, squirrel. Unfortunately, these natural beauty does not exist. Uh, When it's not too condensed, it's good. 28. We're in a world that is calm, and the addition of row houses will reduce the value of the houses built out, and we have to be away from the big streets, the central, the clear cutting, remove charms. 29, there will be an increase of traffic, especially on our street and the sidewalk. I'm very concerned by the builders, a lack of sustainable development. The negative effect are worse when row houses without garage move the density, increase the density of the traffic, absence of tree and vegetation, long row of traffic on the street. 31, reduce the value of our house, that is more traffic, safety of our children. 32, will create more traffic in our ward, in our neighborhood, could affect the safety of our children, reduce the value of our house. 33, it's not good, it's all the same. 34, our neighborhood comprised of detached houses with a lot of space. They are houses of high quality and very expensive. The low house will affect the value of the house, which is a negative aspect. Furthermore, that kind of house bring more traffic, car, and so on and so forth. 35, too many people don't stay long enough. 36, I presently live in a semi-detached and row houses neighborhood. Louis Arthur Street, we have houses between 400 and 600,000 dollars. Put some row houses at 200,000 each. Green, with no green area, with not the power of reselling will suffer a lot. As well, put you are really genius in planning. 38, more people per square foot, more the value will go down, more traffic, twice the number of people. 39, too many people in a row will reduce the value of our property. There's already too much. 40, row houses and all kinds of construction has no aesthetic attraction. They all look the same and have no charm. Instead of bringing a good touch to the neighborhood, colors chosen are generally term and standard. 41, there's places that make sense for that kind of building and not in residential with only a single family dwelling. 42, there's already a lot in the neighboring area. All the same, the owners are there until they get money for single family dwelling. 44, the house integrate well with single family dwelling. 45, many additional cars in, and 46, there's already too many. It reminds me of England or even Russia. Very monotonous. And 47, no character. 48, only speculative, no character. 49, the problem that I have with these kind of building, too monotonous, the driveway is so small, the only thing we see are the cars. Example, Dulbo, we met. There's several other streets like these ones. 50, too many cars parked on the street. 51.
Cela crée un effet trop urbain.
This creates
Manque d'espace vert.
too urban and it generates more traffic.
Réduisant la possibilité pour les
And
enfants de
this
jouer
reduces the
dehors.
possibility of the children to play
54.
outside.
Une
52.
ville trop polluée.
Unit, high quality unit.
53.
53.
Plutôt, donc plus de
More cars, so
circulation,
more
plus dangereux
traffic, more dangers for the children.
54.
54.
Trafic, le
Too
parti
much
des gens
traffic,
dans les
cars and people in the trail.
55.
55.
Des endroits appropriés pour
There's
ça.
appropriate places for that. Makes the single family dwelling.
Garder moindrement séparés.
Keep them less separated, such as Rivel. Also, the high number of central and board is excessive. This will hinder the neighboring ward. The impact on traffic and the safety of youth people is to be considered. 56. Disastrous to see so much clear cutting done. It's a real shame. 57. The kind of houses are built the same way, with the same kind of material that becomes monotonous. 58. It would be well if the people would have a distinctive look to avoid the problem with this kind is the fact that all the units are identical remain. The 59. When there's more traffic, more car in the street, the last family residential area. I don't agree to live in such a neighborhood. No problem in a designated subdivision, but not in the case of Central Street where all the trees were cut. I just want to take a drink of water if I may. One, in our neighborhood, I don't see how neighbors could be 64. They destroy the nice landscaping. Dieppe becomes naked, nothing better than to have houses, but with trees to dress the landscaping more private and the beauty of nature. 63. Too many people in the same place. It gives word with nothing. 64. There are some everywhere. You have destroyed the best green spaces to build some. There's a block under construction that really, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy all our recreational area? The developers who think only about profit and they don't even live in India. I can't, it's a bad impression. New projects are ill planned. I also have the impression that the city only listened to the developers. I question to see if some elected members could have receive money from the developers to have some projects approved. What are they for? The elected official who's supposed to represent the citizen, not developers. 65. Not enough green, snowbank higher because there's less space to put the snow in the winter. It could be a good idea for condos because the replacement of siding and the roof, but easier to manage. Is it better to change everything one row at a time? 66. They cut clear cutting, make it that our ward is less attractive to the people who chose Dieppe for those reasons, activity and nature, leisure. It's not a place for that. Those kinds of things isn't there enough. Why not build some beautiful little house at an affordable price while keeping green space in these areas? 64. We are owners of a new house built in 2019 on Ouverture. Before we chose our land, we thought for a long time where to settle. We chose the Domaine Notre Dame because of its natural aspect, wood area and everything. We examined the subdivision and the row house and to have a respectful situation between the single family dwelling and the row houses. For some months now, the land was purchased by another developer. It seems that he has freedom to do what he want, to have row houses on lots that were supposed to be single family dwelling. That doesn't make sense to put row houses right beside single family dwelling. Please respect the families that are already there. The city of Dieppe is in full growth to do clear cutting, to have row houses in the heart of residential. Dieppe is very disappointing for the board. This will increase the traffic, and we fear for the safety of the children who will go to Anamanos school or simply travel in the city. We're aware that row houses are needed since the needs are there. However, they must be separated adequately. So green space is spread between a single family dwelling and multi-family dwelling so as to not hinder the single family dwelling, such as the Vapta Street and Maurice 68. No, not in a single family dwelling subdivision. The reason why people choose to live in a subdivision is so that it will have anything else. Now, my colleague Luc will read the comment in English for that.
Oh, excusez-moi. Je pensais qu'il était pour se lever et aller au micro, mais non, il a décidé de rester assis. OK. C'est bien.
Decided to remain seated.
Moi, je clique dessus, mais il ne bouge pas.
Peut-être aller au micro.
Problème technique. J'ai beau cliquer, il n'y a rien qui bouge.
So number one, most residents of Dieppe have at
Numéro
least
1, de résidence.
these townhouse projects are very small driveways,
Des projets.
existing front yards, such as
Pas des-
such that
pas des
all
cours.
can see our
Des-
cars
Et du présent?
as you're coming down those streets, as can already be seen in the area of Belfort. Everyone also forgets the impact of snow in the wintertime, and there is no room to clear your own driveway at these properties. While we all think mass transit should be more wisely used, you cannot build subdivisions on the hopes people will buy less cars and use a bus more. The bus is not convenient option yet in Dieppe. If you want to have more higher density residents, will start by improving the bus system first. All these projects are doing is increasing traffic in residential areas. Two, there are only neutral if there is a tree buffering area from the single family homes. Three, none in my neighborhood, and I'm happy with that. Four, two major impacts are diminished tree buffers and other natural barriers, and two, increased street and path traffic. Five, a good way to increase density without negatively changing the atmosphere of a neighborhood. Six, I understand the need. I just wish they would keep a nature aspect and perhaps blend with neighborhoods. The fast builds where they cut everything down and have zero green space is a shame. There should be some regulations to that aspect. Seven, no consideration for the impact of traffic in local areas. Eight, all of the current homes in our development area, Notre Dame Estates, Rue Norbert, Croissant Donat, and Louis Artuya, are single-family homes and were built based on the fact that most of the area around us would remain that style of home. 9, they will lower the appeal of our neighborhood that currently only consists of single-dwelling homes. I wouldn't mind semi-detached, 2 units, but row houses consisting of 4 or more is a huge jump from single-dwelling. The drastic increase in traffic is also alarming. With no sidewalks, I worry about our children walking to school and neighbors out walking or biking. 10, the city needs to put proper limitations in place before accepting townhouses be constructed everywhere. These greatly increase traffic, reduce green space, and have a negative value impact on proximity single-family houses. The city must respect current residents and their investments. These developments need to be well planned before proceeding, and assurances must be made not to have a negative impact on current single-family homes and their residents. 11, my neighborhood is made up of all single-family homes. Plus, there is no available building land here. 12, depends on how many and the density of people for infrastructure requirements. 13, extremely negative to such a point that we are sincerely contemplating selling and moving to Moncton. 14, too many people in a defined space with associated safety concerns from increased traffic. 15, townhomes would lower my house value, less privacy, more traffic, and would remove all of the and with the removal of all the nature space. The 2-unit townhome models would be acceptable with a green space between us. There must be water drainage plan to avoid the water from flowing on our properties. 16, houses only. 17, increases traffic on the street that can put your children in danger. 18, bringing too much traffic, too many children in our schools. 19, these townhouses fit very well in the neighborhoods. Fit very well in many neighborhoods. 20, higher density means a larger tax base, which improves our city. Excellent. 21, there seems to be a lot of people living in one unit and therefore vehicles on the streets or blocking sidewalks from too many in driveways, Kedgwick and Lakeburn specifically. 22, the additional tax base is important to the community. 23, looks too crowded. 24, if you make them high-end, you will have people that care. Big cities in Canada have them, and they are in nice areas and well taken care of, not rentals to own. 25, the city needs more low-income housing and more senior housing. 26, increased density and cars equals more noise. 27, not convenient during winter. Snow has to be hauled away, expensive. 28, no comments. 29, I feel it lowers the value of neighboring detached homes. 30, Dieppe has seen a huge influx of these types of houses. Huge swaths of nature and treed land are being torn down and destroyed to accommodate them. You're taking the rural feel from Dieppe that most of us love. 31, none got built here. 32, any apartments, condos, duplexes, or townhouses should not be in residential areas. These units should have their own area, similar to the industrial park or trailer parks, etc. 33, driving down property values, too crowded, unsustainable infrastructure, including schools. 34, it is ruining a whole lot of trees, bad for the environment.
On va maintenant passer à la question 2.
We're going to go to question 2,
À votre avis, quel
which,
impact
according to you, what kind of influence these multifamily
une influence
housing is going to have on your neighborhood? 9% positive, 19 neutral, 72 negative. So now for the comments.
Numéro 1.
Number
Mon
1,
quartier ne composait
my
que
neighborhood
de unifamiliales.
is only single-family units. 2, in my neighborhood wouldn't work. Single-family. On the other hand, I see this type of project on the border of single-family units. So they could be developed with a mini commercial. 3, we chose Dieppe for their well-developed neighborhoods and green spaces. The big multi-level blocks eliminate charm. 4, I believe that these developments should be done away from residential neighborhoods. They block the view and create the traffic. 5, our neighborhood is one of the houses or 1, 2 levels. These types don't work. No requirements have been established for green spaces, and the parking spaces, that is indefinite. So in what kind of a world are we living? 10, when apartment blocks are built together, it's okay, but we shouldn't mix them in single-family zones. Could cause problems of privacy when people in the 3rd and 4th level could see into the backyards of all the single-family units. There should be natural barriers, forests. That could help if it were better planned at the beginning. Unless they're built with vinyl siding, in that case, it would be negative. 8, I'm concerned with the clear cutting on Central Street, negative impact on my quality of life because I live right next there. 9, this type of development, multifamily, is negative to a family environment because there are too many changes of renters, and very often they don't care. So there's too many families for a family area. 10, combined with more green spaces. 11, it diminishes the friendship between neighbors. 12, a house next to a very tall building. It's not good. Proportions, it's like David and Goliath. No intimacy. Smaller houses lose their privacy. 13, single family units in my neighborhood, green spaces. We just need little boutiques, cafes, things like that. 14, too many buildings are being built. Some of them are close to single-family properties that it reduces the nice aspect of the quarters. Loss of the value, and as a general rule, their houses are not well maintained as single units, and it lowers the value of our houses. People don't want to live in that next to those type of things. In some cases, it could be okay if it's quality and similar to the house next to them. 17, they bring people who have these apartment blocks that have people who have questionable lifestyles. If we can put them on the big arteries in a downtown area, very urban. So let's not foul up small semi-detached house neighborhoods. 19, the little rural aspects disappears. This type of brings more traffic. It becomes more dangerous for neighborhoods where there are many children. It's not very relaxing walking in the streets because of the amount of traffic. Visually also, it's apartments rather than nice landscapes. A lot of green spaces are lost. There's also the risk in a couple of years that these big blocks will not be well maintained. We chose our neighborhood because there were many trees and a lot of green spaces. So it was a very tranquil. Neighbors take care of their lands. So it's a very welcoming and warm neighborhood. 22, it increases the car traffic. 22 involves more cars, more noise, and more people. 23, I chose to live in a residential area, so I'm not interested in having beautiful blocks next to me. Gives us the impression of being in a downtown. 24, no landscapes, and it increases traffic. 25, depends on the neighborhood. This type of housing has its place, yes, and it should be a good mix. 26, positive if the urban design principles are respected. 27, it's going to reduce the value of single-family units in my neighborhood. It's going to increase traffic on my street. It's going to become more dangerous for the children. And the natural aspects with the clear cutting just disappears. 28, we feel pressed everywhere. Too many people on the streets, on the trails, in the car, on bicycle, on foot. We also notice that there's more pollution, noise. We feel less safe with the construction, building of these two buildings. We installed fences and we put an alarm system. We're very disappointed to see the building of these two apartment blocks. The last two levels of these two buildings can see straight into our backyard. So we have no privacy anymore. It's not a good feeling because you don't feel that you can go and play outside without being served by unknown people up there on their balcony. So the value of our house also has gone down. So we've chosen to sell our house. Few people are not gonna want to buy a house with a tall building next to them. It's very frustrating as an owner. 29. Once again, here it's planning on the concierge. If it's row houses all stuck together, no. But if it's done intelligently with trails, green spaces, parks, well, yeah. 30. Once again, the increase of traffic, parking spaces rather than creating green spaces. The builders should put underground parking. 31. The negative aesthetic aspects, increase of traffic, safety, deterioration of the buildings over the years, destruction of green spaces. 32. Reduction of value of our houses, more traffic, less safety. 33. More traffic in the neighborhood, safety for our children. Also, the value goes down. 34. Okay, if it's all in the same neighborhood, but not around single-family units. 35. The reasons why we settled here is the residential areas, but having multifamily, that eliminates the nice area. 36. In my neighborhoods, there. 34. Better if it's affordable. The building of multifamily houses tall in residential areas of senior homes has a negative impact on the community, creates problems with traffic. 39. I fear that an increase in residential areas will affect the decisions of future residents. I'd agree with increasing in neighborhoods around Boulevard Dieppe, closer to downtown. The businesses could establish themselves there. 40. Our neighborhoods are family. In apartments, there's single people. 41. Value goes down. 42. Value of the property goes down. Increases traffic in the neighborhood. 43. Houses that we saw in Gauvin, destruction of trees. The colors are not chosen properly. 44. There are places for this type of building, not in residential areas. Don't think just of money, please. 45. Changes the value of our property, changes the nice aspect. 46. The building blocks the view on a nice wetland. 47. Too many people, too many cars, not enough trees. 2 cars per household. Negative impact on my neighborhood. They have to be close to big arteries so that traffic is not bothered. They have to be specific place, not around family neighborhoods. Too many cars in the neighborhood. No sun. Apartment blocks are okay, but the architecture should be less awful. For 51, more traffic. 52, concentrate this type of development in one sector of the city. 53, less spread, more green spaces. 54, any type of city needs apartment blocks, yes. They must be built so that they look nice, like the new one on Acadie across the Home Hardware, even those on Evolution Street. 55, if the 56, especially if they're built close to single-family units. At least Dieppe is not a municipality that needs this type of building. It goes against what makes Dieppe a nice place. 58. The buildings of this style should be built around the same area so that the value of other single families don't go down. 59. When I bought my house in a single family residential area, there was no apartment blocks in our neighborhood. We don't want any. 60, they should all be concentrated in one space. It blocks the light. Parking is too big. 61. Commercial, not residential. 62. The value on resale will be affected. Traffic also too much, too dangerous. Too many in one space is not acceptable. 63. Multifamily should be concentrated downtown to densify downtown. 64. Positive influence if it's nicely done. There are enough apartment blocks in Dieppe. We need more affordable housing that would accept pets. 65. It doesn't belong in a single family residential area. It belongs in a downtown or in a commercial area. 66. They should be regrouped in designated subdivisions. 67. It's unthinkable. 68. It blocks the view and it eliminates privacy. 69. Recommend to put those blocks next to main arteries. Otherwise, it adds traffic in residential areas. And the houses have less privacy. 70. It's going to create more traffic in school zones. Increase of traffic. 71. They should be put on main arteries, Amiraux, Boulevard Dieppe, etc., with exit on those arteries, not towards subdivisions.
So question 2, how would you describe the impact of the development of multi-unit dwellings in your neighborhood? So comments. 1, in addition to the increased traffic, multi-unit dwellings have a negative impact on surrounding single-family property values. No one wants to be barbecuing in their backyard facing 40 neighbors' decks. 2, bring down the value of single-family homes in your area. Developers keep removing all of the beautiful trees that surround single-family homes. 3, we don't have these in our neighborhoods, but for Dieppe in general, we are building way too many of these higher-end condo units that remain largely vacant. There are housing shortages in our communities, and these rising rents that are well above the median income of the tri-community area is a massive part of the problem. Huge waste of space and money. 4, same issues as townhouses. Diminished tree buffers and other natural barriers. Increased street and path traffic, even worse than a townhouse, but also add line of sight / visual impediments. 5, should be carefully placed and not in the middle of existing single homes and townhouses. 6, same as above, required and all for multi-socio-economic communities. However, the loss of green space is heartbreaking and worrisome. 7, all of the current homes in our development area, Notre-Dame Estates, Rue Norbert, Croissant, and Ouverture, are single-family homes and were built based on the fact that most of the area surrounding us would remain that style of home. 8, they will lower the appeal of our neighborhood that currently only consists of single-dwelling homes. I wouldn't mind semi-detached, but multi-unit buildings like apartments or condos are a huge jump from single-dwelling. The drastic increase in traffic is also alarming, with no sidewalks. I worry about our children walking to school and neighbors out walking or biking. 9, location is key for these. Again, the above comments apply. We all know that the city wishes to increase density, but it must not be at the expense of its current residents. Develop these in new areas free of single-family housing. 10. My neighborhood is made up of all single-family homes. Plus, there is no more available building land here. 11. Too dense for an area this size. 12. Tall buildings should not cover over smaller houses. 5 to 6 story buildings should not be built in single housing neighborhoods. It greatly reduces the quality of life and property values. 13. We are hearing these will be on Central Street, and we do realize there is a demand for apartments. 14. Same as above. 15. Apartments will lower my house and make it difficult to sell. I will lose all privacy. There is also a real concern about water drainage. I absolutely do not want an apartment building in my backyard. 16. Houses only. 17. In designated areas, they may be okay. However, next to a home is problematic as it blocks natural light and views. It adds traffic as well. 18. Should be specific area only for maximum of heights. 19. There are none. 20. Bringing too much traffic. Too many children in our school. 21. I have nothing against apartment buildings, but when you rezone R1 and R2 areas that have many beautiful single-family homes and allow an apartment building to build there, it lowers property value and ruins the look. Just imagine an apartment building being built directly next to your house and how you would feel. 22. Big apartment buildings create even more taxes. This helps alleviate the cost of urban sprawl. These developments are increasingly positive for the city. 23. Not everyone can afford a home, and many want to deploy their capital in investment other than housing. Apartments are important to the fabric of every community, and currently Dieppe is underserved. 24. Rents are too high. 25. When there are rentals, it brings a lot of younger people not caring about the community. Excess parking, people visiting and gathering. Some are great tenants, but some aren't. They don't own it, so they don't care. In new neighborhoods, it should be a no, especially if there are house owned. No one wants an apartment in their backyard. It really affects the property value of a known home. 26. Prefer apartment buildings to be built along Dieppe Boulevard as opposed to behind detached family homes. 27. Not in subdivisions. 28. In our bedroom neighborhood, it would tower over the houses. Location for them would be more appropriate in the downtown setting and not around residences. 29. I feel it devalues neighboring detached homes, and if tall, the building changes the landscape in a negative way if it is in my neighborhood. Tall buildings are nice in the downtown area, but not in residential areas or detached homes. 30. I find these slightly less negative than the townhouses as they tend to be more compact and take away less of our beloved natural surroundings. 31. None got built here. 32. Any apartments, condos, duplexes, or townhouses should not be in a residential area. These units should have their own area similar to the industrial park or trailer parks, etc. 34. Worse than number 1, townhouses in the initial question. 34. We have a great community. There is a lot of traffic in the morning and a school close by. It will increase the danger for our children.
Maintenant, pour la troisième question.
Now for the third question. What are the most important factors that the city must consider for a better integration of row houses in your neighborhood? So from 1 to 10, 1 not important, 10 very important. For the architecture, average evaluation was 8.56. Height of the building, the average was 8.34. And material for the facade, 7.9. So most of the people considered that it's very important.
également l'orientation.
Also, the orientation, the placement of the building on the property. 7.9, the landscaping, 8.37, and others, 5.94.
Alors maintenant, pour
So
les commentaires.
now for the comments.
Un.
1,
Considération aux résidents.
no consideration for residents who are in the neighborhood.
Les arbres et la nature qui
Trees and natural aspects in Dieppe on private property and developers continues to be cut and continue to disappear. And the city continues to accept it for the money without thinking of the environment or the residents of the neighborhood. 2,
l'ajout de ces bâtiments dans un
the addition of these buildings in a single-family unit is not good. 3,
la rue doit pouvoir accommoder des
the street has to accommodate parking next to the sidewalks. In all neighborhoods where this was added, there was not enough parking. 4, keep buffers between lands, protect fauna and nature. They should keep trees, especially at the end of the lots, in the back and on the side. 10, everything is important. Why prioritize? Is it possible to think maybe of the citizens rather than of the profits from one promoter? 7, apartments and condos, duplexes, reduce green spaces on lands. It's important to keep some and create buffers for privacy, like between Chartersville. Also, vegetation in front of the houses. Plant trees. Have more pleasant landscape. It will be less copy paste. Something less dystopic would be different styles, different colors between the condos, like wood painted yellow, green, red, etc., instead of repeating the same facades. 8, integration, effect on the neighborhood. 9, keep the trees, avoid all these clear cuttings. 10, in combination with more green spaces. 11, spacing between the houses, bigger lots. 12, keep privacy. Don't put buildings close, add trees between the properties, buffer zones between properties. 13, number of row houses has to be limited. It's important for renters have access to landscaping, planting trees.
Okay, je vais le prendre. It should not mean to add 50 or 60. 15. The life of the respect the environment and have more trees around the buildings. The beauty and the landscaping are very important. 16. Maintain the trees. Plant, make sure that the trees will create a shadow. 17. For the service of the city have to be considered. Also, to make one-way street to improve the traveling by bicycle. 18. That it must not be built besides a house of a high value. 19. Stop cutting all the trees. Have ward with heat. Also, force the developer to keep the trees that are already on the property. 20. Consider the value of the properties that surround it. 21. We have to make sure that the surrounding go well with the trees. Older houses, big, don't go well with the row houses newly built. 22. Generous with area. These properties can quiet down the residents who are shy. If not, simply to keep putting the same buildings together. An important criteria is to reduce the turbulence of the house, the site, or the weather that hinders the people, and to consult the residents who are neighboring. It's the city to make the first step. We now suppose that the residents are aware of all the projects. 24. The row houses in a row house subdivision is nice. 25. Make sure of the height. A bicycle and pedestrian trail are welcome. 26. The city of the Dieppe have the chance to have nice trees. Unfortunately, there's clear cutting. However, it would be an added value to the development and the beauty of nature. 27. The number of trees around. A property densely filled with trees will have more value. Even an ecological vision, one that improves the condition, the climatic condition. 28. Appropriate residential neighborhood. 29. Maintain as much wood area as possible. Ecological, ethical, sustainable area. 11. The people who live in a detached house seek that style of ward, including myself. Row houses should be built in a subdivision that are designated as such. 31. A ward designated for that kind of building. 32. Very important for me to keep the nice landscaping. 33. Rental location outside the school zone. Keep the mature trees. A reduction of traffic. Green measure to keep the single family houses. 34. Please keep the buffer zone down. 35. Put them together far from residential subdivision. 36. The problem is not the material or the color. The survey should have been sent before all the trees were cut down. That I have the impression we don't have much choice. We are placed before an accomplished facts. The environment, green space, sustainable lifestyle must be part of strategic plan of the city. Protect the space of a single family dwelling. 38. The aspect of the environment of a single family dwelling, safety, traffic around the houses, and green space. 39. No. 40. Make the Doana Crescent close. 41. If the project of row houses must happen, would be better to build with attached garage. 42. The challenge for the last 15 years is that everything looked the same. Developer choose construction in mass without caring for the owner. The design and commodities are unique. It's not affordable. Profit before everything. They have a responsibility with the space for the better or the worse. 43. The impact will be less if the houses are the quality as those on the street. 44. Colored houses like we have in Moncton. 45. The building should be in a ward reserved for that kind of houses only. 46. Since when the city of Dieppe take consideration the opinion of small group who are affected? See what happens with the Moulin, with the building of the houses there. 47. For integrated multifamily dwelling, it is important that they conserve a residential aspect, that it doesn't look too much commercial. I like the idea, maintaining a residential fief that we can see on Golbo or the street Ville. I like the Ville Street where there was no complete reforestation. It's very nice. 48. Sectors of single family dwelling have simple landscaping that the developer took into consideration. The city does not respect the choice of the property, the owner. Put the house of same size together, 50. High fence, green space to have a division between the two wards, completely different. 51, green, 52. I wonder why the questionnaire. There will be an apartment block across from my house and I had no warning. It seems that we should make a proposal with the neighbors before we undertake something. 53. More authenticity. 54. For me, architecture is important and often simplistic and with no character. The personalized houses built individually by architect and not by promoters seek would be much nicer. I suppose that the city want to favor the protective aspect by building 40 identical houses on a property so that it'll go faster. Why the best thing to do would be to keep some trees in front of that property to hide these buildings too high and let's say which are aesthetically awful. Eh, They would offer protection against the snow, summer heat, and would allow the citizen to reduce their winter consumption of heat. The building would be hidden by some trees and it would give some intimacy to the owner. 55. The life of the resident of that street or neighboring. 56. Must not be all the same. It's not a concentration camp. 57. I believe it's better and prettier when the houses are together in subdivision, not to mix the simple houses with multifamily. This has an impact on the value of the houses as well as the general feeling of the neighborhood. Example, number of cars in the yard, on the street, traffic, noise, and so on and so forth. 58. Big neighborhood with many, but not one with a single family dwelling. Integrate the trees and the forests. 60. The city of Dieppe must regulate an adequate multifamily and green space. The people are close in a cell without having access to a park and already associated to that location. It's ironic that the name multifamily it says it all. 61. By preference, follow the existing model. 62. Limit the number of plant, tree to species that exist in our region, please. 63. To have the road infrastructure and for the travel, the bicycle trail well designed. 64. The tax are very expensive and the location allow people to have a better chance. 65. Orientation of building is of greatest importance. 66. Create a zone for that kind of housing, far from a single family dwelling. When people buy a house, they don't want to be with multifamily dwelling. 69. Variation between each house. 68. Commercial detail and a dorm. 69. Yeah, amount of lawn in front of the building is important. Some of these existing buildings had only 2 or 3 feet wide lawn and 12 feet long. This should not be acceptable. 60, 70. Wooding in some areas. The width of the road, the the withdrawal of the house not to be too close to the sidewalk. It's important to have a sidewalk for visibility family while driving and to be able to see the children. 72, not to allow everywhere. House two generation integrates better in a residential subdivision. 73, the city should assign places outside the houses that have been there for a long time. We decided to go there, not to be with duplex or apartment block, but for quietness. 74, enough parking for 4 cars per house. 75, a chosen place. 76, not enough green space. 77, traffic. 78, designate specific space for these buildings. 79, it's a matter of having an environment reserved for this kind. 80, complete stopping of single family, multi-family dwelling in this area. 81, stop building as many of these buildings just to please these rich contractors who just want to become richer on the back of people who want to live in Dieppe and want a quality of life and quietness and not to be overtaken by all these buildings. 82, the developers must learn to keep a buffer zone in their area, increase the value of each property. Awful development are being built, and we build almost anything. 83, the number of unit per building. Preference for building with less than 9 units. Until now, it's a single family dwelling. 84, have the interest of the residents, the highest factor, the most important. 85, I understand the necessity of these construction, but aesthetically, it's never very pretty. Localization, increase of traffic. They asked me to slow down a little bit for translation, yeah. Still through. Quel facteur
Effective integration of
avait difficult
to your neighborhood. Comments. 1. A tree buffer to existing properties would be the most important factor in keeping a desirable look to the neighborhood. Everyone prefers lots with trees on them. 2. Tree buffering is so important in the factors of having these multi-dwelling homes in any area. 3. Well-designed and maintained townhouses do not have a negative impact on a neighborhood. 4. Location and integrated visions where they can be blended with the overall community and not be segregated in chunks and lack substance or green space. 5. Well-maintained and designed neighborhoods of townhouses adds value to a community. 6. Appropriate distance from single dwelling homes, causing a depreciation in value of said homes. Privacy is being impacted and unacceptable. 7. Keeping trees essential. 8. All of the current homes in our development area, Notre Dame Estates, Rue Norbert Croissant, are single-family homes and were built on the fact that most of the area surround us would remain that style of home. 9. A green belt separating the single dwelling lots from the townhouses would provide a buffer, keeping the multi-units to just 2-3 units per building so that the area closer aligns to the single dwelling area. Limiting the number of multi-units to a reasonable number for the area when considering population density and traffic congestion. Making sure the outside aesthetics of the 2/3 unit buildings aligned with the aesthetics and street covenants that single dwelling homes had to abide by. 10. The city must look at spacing. People move to Dieppe to live a great quality of life, not to be packed in tightly next to each other. If townhouses are integrated, they must be few and far between so to not cause overpopulation and eyesore for the neighborhood. This is very important, keeping the city's original attractive features. Let's not build slums, please, as we know how those cause problems down the road. Plan ahead. 11. Tall, multi-unit dwellings should only be built in well-planned areas so that as not to tower over smaller dwellings. 12. A buffer should be made of the existing trees. It took 40 years for these trees to grow. It is a golden opportunity to use them as a natural buffer. 13. The 2-unit townhouse model would be acceptable with considerable green buffer, and there must be water drainage planned to avoid the water from flowing on our properties. 14. Houses only. 15. Location is key. 16. None should not have any townhouse mixed with single houses. 17. These townhouses and or multiple unit dwellings should be kept out of a single dwelling neighborhoods, period. 18. Stop allowing trees to be cut and buildings going up. Enough is enough. Our schools are becoming overwhelmed and traffic is getting worse. Stop building, please. 19. Matching the buildings with the neighborhood. 20. Single dwellings only. 21. Privacy of neighbors' property to be considered. 22. Adequate, preferably underground parking for vehicles, not just motor cars. Provision for electric vehicle recharge stations. Definite requirement for landscaping, including trees. 23. According to Jan Gell, the ideal height for buildings is 6 floors to make it human scale. Townhouses can contribute to that if you make them 3 floors. Build, build, build. 24. Make it high-end and more expensive to draw in the right people and up the value of the city as well as the neighborhood. 25. Parking is a major problem in several areas. Apartment buildings do not have sufficient parking for handicapped tenants nor visitor parking. 26. Not an entire street of townhouses that look exactly alike. Also, tree buffers, walking trails between single detached homes and row houses. 27. Snow removal. 28. Don't feel they fit in my neighborhood. 29. I don't want them in my neighborhood. 30. Placing large buildings in people's backyards ruins the property of those living in the surrounding single family or dwellings. 31. The large-scale destruction of the natural areas in Dieppe are my largest concern. We can grow out. We don't have to pack more people into what is a wonderful area, turning it into a congested city. 32. Discuss and be transparent with plans before they are approved with the people on adjacent properties that are currently paying obscene property taxes. 33. Cities should consider reducing single-family home zoning in all areas of town. Multi-family units with more centralized and desirable layouts make for more united communities. Neighborhoods should take the shape of European Singapore's superblocks. Disperse and equalize retail and amenity services to these community blocks to encourage more walkable and bike-friendly areas. Multi-generational and variable income distribution being key. 34. No clear cutting. 35. Nobody going to build townhouses in my neighborhood. 36, any apartments, condos, duplexes, townhouses should not be in residential areas. They should have their own area, similar to industrial park or trailer parks. 37, I don't like townhouses. They should be hidden in nice areas with trees. I hate the situation on Central, almost crying because of nice trees and how beautiful Dieppe used to be. 38, stop crowding. One reason we moved to Dieppe was to feel we were in the community. Now it is becoming crowded, noisy, unpleasant. 39, if the way the building looks is important, then you should start never, sorry. If the way the building looks is important, then should never have torn those trees down.
Alors, Monsieur le maire, on est rendu à moitié de la lecture des commentaires du sondage.
Worship, we're halfway with the reading. Do you want to take a break? Yes, I think we can take a break. Nobody will object to that. We will take a 10-minute break.
Alors, on va reprendre la réunion.
So we will pick up the reunion, start up on the reunion. So go ahead, we're ready.
Parfait.
Oh, we're almost ready. No, we're ready. So question number 4 now. What are the most important factors that the city must consider for the better integration of multifamily housing in your quarter? 1 being weak importance, 10 being high importance. The architecture of the building average 8.57, the height of the building 8.83 average, and materials for the facade of the building 8.04. Orientation and placement of the building on the property evaluation average is 8.22. Landscaping average 8.43. Once again, here, all the other factors have been considered as very important. And we have answers in the category others, which is an average of 5.78. So to make sure that I still have a little bit of a voice tomorrow, my colleague Stéphane is going to be doing the reading of the comments for this section. Welcome to the microphone. So the comments are the following. 1, in the downtown area, fairly far away from residential, single family. 1, it's not desired. 3, these buildings should not be in the single family residence. 4, keep a border between the lots to protect the flora and the fauna. Parks, green spaces, families in apartments cannot benefit from a backyard, so there have to be green spaces close by. 6, in the neighborhood, shade, distance so that we don't destroy the privacy of the neighborhood. Keep the buildings on main arteries of the municipality. 7, lights that go in every direction can really affect the neighborhood. Buffer zones should be with trees between the buildings and between the single-family homes. 8, avoid big condo developments or row houses and consider the neighborhood. 9, make sure that streets can have 10 times more vehicles. Has to be shared with green spaces, not just a playground, but trails with more trees and green spaces for the community. 11, reduce the speed of traffic. 12, 13, no comments. 14, keep privacy. Don't put the buildings close together, lots too small, add trees, buffer zones between properties. 15, commercial spaces. 16, same comment. 1 or 2 buildings is okay, but not 5 or 10 on the same lot. 17, greens and trees. 18, shouldn't be built next to high-value homes. 19, the geographic site, for example, the block on Dieppe Boulevard next to Fox Creek. I'm not sure that the owners are happy to have a big apartment block looking into their backyards. 20, 21, no comments. 22, too high, too wide, not nice. We've just put some next to the Gulf. It eliminates the view on the land and the little green space that's left. 23, no comments. 24, once again, keep more trees. 25, no comments. 26, the amount of trees around the property, densely populated with trees, will have a better visual value, but ecologically also will improve the climatic conditions. 17, not good next to high-value homes. Orientation is important. For example, blocks on the Gauvin don't have windows facing the homes on the Ruisseau Street. For rentals or for purchase, 29, the ecological impact should be important. Long-term cost of the ecological debt will be more important than the short-term gain in this type of construction. 29, not livable. 30, not in an already established detached home neighborhood. Probably needed, yes, I can't prevent it, but consider the people in the neighborhoods. 34, not they should be in a designated area, not in residential areas. 32, very important for me to keep nice landscapes and trees. 34, no comments. 35, underground parking, rentals outside of traffic zones, and bicycle trails for children. Keep mature trees, plans for reduction of traffic, green belts, so that you don't reduce the value of homes. The materials that will not make the value of the homes in the neighborhood go down. I don't support that. 37, keep the buffers between the properties. 38, put them together far away from residential areas, in the downtown areas, not in the residential areas, only in the downtown area next to the airport. 39, multi-families should be next to services, be due to accessibility. They don't have their space. They don't have their room in smaller neighborhoods. Environment, green space has to be considered in long-term development. Has to be part of the strategic plan of the city. Protect the spaces of single-family units. 42, green spaces, traffic control, noise control, cleanliness. 44, 43, 44, no? Keep the croissant donut crescent to limit the traffic. 46, I suggest closing donut traffic to limit traffic. 48, incorporation. These buildings will have a major impact on the value and there'll be more people. 49, are these apartments affordable? 50, I don't wish having multifamily in my neighborhood. There should be zone specific for those buildings. 41, this type of building should not be integrated in single family residential areas. 52, 53, when will Dieppe consider the opinion of the smaller groups directly affected by their decision? What happened at the Dumoulin sector with the construction of semi-detached? 54, should be in a distinct zoned area, not with single-family units. 55, don't overpopulate. 56, the municipal population, no, municipal planning dictates what lots could have multifamily. There doesn't seem to be long-term planning when we consider the buildings that were built over the last year or two. For example, the one next to the Maurice Street. 57, no comments. 58, green spaces. 59, 60, the advice of the neighborhoods. 61, 62, hurrah for variety. 50, 63, 64, 65, zones for these structures. 66, colors. Pay attention to too much yellow or red for big buildings. Modern, wood, nature, good balance. 67, stop setting big parking lots in front of businesses. There should also be a parking for builder buildings underground. 68, parks, pools, basketball courts, or other sports. Important to incite families to play in their backyards. 69, too many permits for these. They should favor single unit families. 71 people need rental options updated. Expenses for houses are expenses. 74 services close by, walking. 75 parking on the property. 76 once again consider treed areas in the sound, for example, clear cut, for example, between Centrale and Bourg. 77 number of units. 80 don't set them everywhere. 81 the cities should assign specific areas away from residentials. If we chose to settle here, it was to be comfortable, not to have duplexes or apartments. 82 away from single unit families, enough parking for rentals, not on the street. 83 chosen places. 84 big buildings among the single family units eliminates privacy in backyards. On Le Golf, the first houses are not being sold, and I think the factor is the block. Maybe if it's a very nice building, I think the value has gone down because of that. 85 traffic, sidewalks, lights. 87 stop destroying our green spaces. Enough is enough. 88 concentrate multifamilies downtown or elsewhere without demolishing residential areas. 89 the interest of residents is very important. These housings do not place them next to the residential family houses. It's going to destroy the beauty of Dieppe. 92 localization. 93 I don't want them in my neighborhood. 94 put them away from residential areas. 95 keep green spaces and limit the amount of housing to limit traffic. 96 shouldn't be mixed with single family. 98 don't put them in the same neighborhoods as residential. A subdivision just for this type of building. First point, put a tree buffer at least 20 feet between the lots and far away from single unit family housing.
The question, what factors should the city consider in order to achieve more effective integration of multi-unit dwellings into your neighborhood? Comments? 1. Consideration of sunlight to the existing neighbors should be taken into account, and ideally, the building should be surrounded by trees. 2. Same as other considerations in multi-dwelling homes. 3. Not needed or wanted in our neighborhood. 4. Should be located along Main Street, but not inside existing neighborhoods. Should be green space between building and road. 5. Multi-resident buildings should only be placed following a long-term development plans and needs to consider negative impacts on existing neighborhoods and how added population density may affect traffic, bus routes, and trails, etc. 6, no comments. 7, stop crowding out homeowners who pay a ridiculous amount of tax to be told what can be parked in their yard, what type of landscaping they have to have, how high their fences can be, etc., etc. 8, the city should respect the current residents and taxpayers. They should not be multi-unit buildings such as apartments or condos near single-dwelling homes that cost $300,000 to $500,000 to build. Semi-detached 2-3 unit townhouses should be the maximum. Their exterior should align with the same requirements listed in the covenants of a single dwelling homes. And there should be a green belt left between the two areas to offer as a buffer so that the single dwelling homes can maintain their value and appeal. Prochain, Mentionons à 10. Respect your current residents. Build these in new areas with new houses for sale. Let the people choose if they want to live close to these. Do not integrate into existing neighborhoods. This is very disrespectful. 11. Underground parking would increase their curb appeal. 12. I don't want any consideration to be taken for multi-dwellings. I absolutely do not want an apartment building in my backyard. This will force me to move out of Dieppe. 13. Houses only. 14. Location, not next to residential single-dwelling homes. 15. None, really, as it should not be any near my neighborhood. 16. These buildings don't belong in single-dwelling neighborhoods. 17. Our city cannot grow much more. We don't have the proper infrastructure. You can't do a good job keeping the old pipes from bursting during the winter. We can add more pipes. Let's not add more work to the city workers who already can't keep up. Plus, the spending that Dieppe is doing is out of control. I don't want to see my tax bill and water bill to increase more and more. Thank you for reading and rethinking your choices. When is the next election? 18. First and foremost, determine your zoning and stick to it. Don't designate an area R1 and R2 and then rezone it after many homes have been built to allow a multi-unit to be built in that zone. That's why I feel is more upsetting. You'll change your zoning to accommodate builders and not care about previously established homes. Take, for example, the beautiful homes on Rue du Golfe. When you allow the construction of 1225 Dieppe Boulevard in their backyards, which the city of Dieppe also said that there would be no driveways off Dieppe Boulevard, yet you allowed this building to have a driveway directly on the boulevard. 19. Single dwelling only. 20. Maximum 3 stories should blend into neighborhood, not become a focal point. Privacy of neighbors' property to be considered. 21. As mentioned above, the ideal height according to Jan Gell is 6 floors. More is fine too, in my opinion. Let's reach for the sky. Our city desperately needs density in the core and along key transportation corridors like Amero and Dieppe Boulevard. I love seeing this growth. 22. Make it affordable. 23. Not a fan. Apartments always bring trouble and take away from neighborhood appeal. There are a lot of apartments already in Dieppe. In downtown areas, it makes sense. 24. Multiple unit buildings should complement the surrounding area. Also must be constructed for better fire protection between units. Today's code doesn't meet industry standards of other areas. 25. More green spaces. 26. Not in subdivisions, not in areas where it's mostly 1 or 2 story houses and condos. 27. They should be located distance away from single household dwellings. To place a mammoth building next to an established house is not something the city should permit. 28. I don't want them in my neighborhood. 29. More. Smaller homes tightly packed together means more traffic on already crowded roads. No one seems to consider the other top impacts: school overcrowding, busy roads, loss of natural habitat when building so many new units. There's a repetition here. 31. Ensure that for every single family unit that there are twice, 3, or 4 times as many unit community dwellings. This will reduce single family unit hegemony and suburban dominance. Dieppe should not seek to become a suburban city, but should become the future of multi-unit and communal living spaces centered on walking and biking. Avoid what Moncton failed to become and is now trying to desperately fix in its downtown core. 32. No one multiple unit dwelling will ever be built in my neighborhood. 33. The difference between a house and a multiple unit project needs is less land. Example, 100 houses versus 100 units the length of the street, more maintenance for sewage, water, electricity, sidewalks, curbs, paving, etc. It's more effective to go up with a smaller piece of land. 35, no matter what, I would put my house for sale as soon as something like this would be built in our neighborhood. 36, units should be in the same style, not typical, but a piece of city art.
Maintenant, pour la question 5, quels sont les
Now, for
matériaux
question 5,
façade de bâtiments d'habitation?
what are the preferred materials for the facades?
Le moins préféré et 10.
1 is less preferred, 10 most preferred. For the wood, average is 6.4.
La maçonnerie en briques,
Masonry, bricks, blocks, stone, average 8.18. Stucco,
moyenne de 4,2.
average 4.32.
Finition métallique,
Metal finishes,
évaluation moyenne de 4,2.
average of 4.88.
Finition vinyle,
And vinyl or plastic finishes is 4.58 as an average. So for this question,
maçonnerie en briques, en blocs,
masonry, brick, block, or stone is the preferred option.
Donc, les commentaires sont les suivants.
So the comments are those ones materials have to go with what's in the neighborhood too. The problem is less the material, more so as not as much as everything looks the same. 4 and 5, no opinion. 6, everyone should have their choice, but neutral. Red and yellow on Gauvin is not attractive and probably most affordable for families. 7, sanitary crisis right now should be an alarm for this. The development choices should have as a first criteria the ecology. No plastic materials should be permitted in Dieppe for multifamily or commercial buildings. 9, quality materials, durable, sustainable. 10, construction, quality construction to avoid deterioration. 12, no vinyl, no plastic. 14, use the most natural materials like wood and stone. Let's stop using petroleum-based. 15, variety. 16, a mix. 17, let's do the best for migration of birds. So no metal, no shiny stuff. 20, combination of 2 or more of these materials is ideal. 21, no comment. 22, masonry, high quality. 23, something that ages well. 24, the finishing is not the problem. It's the amount of people in traffic. Fire danger. 26, no matter what the material, not in residential areas. Mixed facades, not all the same. Vary the colors and the styles. 28, stop destroying our green spaces. Enough is enough. 29, so that it shouldn't deteriorate after a couple of years. Not cheap.
So which materials would you prefer to see used for the facades of multi-unit dwellings? Comments. 1, it's important if you want to integrate to use high quality materials. No one wants to see a building that will look cheap and is in a state of disrepair in 5 years. 2, is as important as how these dwellings are situated on a property with all trees being removed. 3, good design and continued maintenance are important. 4, no comments. 5, all of the homes in our neighborhood are all smaller in materials used, and that should continue with future development to make it look cohesive. 6, these townhouses should follow the same modern aesthetics that is currently being used by the single dwelling homes so that the neighborhood has some cohesiveness. There should be a minimum amount of natural stone used on the front, 30 square foot, for example. 7, my preference is to not have any multiple unit dwellings. 8, no comment. 9, these buildings do not belong in single dwelling neighborhoods. 10, I don't care of what it looks like. I want buildings to stop being built. 11, this is a useless question. Everyone has different preferences. Most modern materials look good anyway. It's not how the building looks, but more where they are placed. 12, single dwellings only. 13, please don't allow large apartment buildings to be made of vinyl siding. Vinyl looks mighty down market on a multi-unit development. 14, today's version of metal and cladding are very attractive and should be considered as much as wood. 15, the city has to take serious look at building codes and upgrade their standards for multi-unit buildings and commercial structures. 16, no comments. 17, if there is nothing I can say to stop it from being built in my neighborhood, a very nice stone, not red bricks, would be best. 18, irrelevant. 19, buildings should be built using sustainable materials and with green energy in mind, as well as designed to ensure not only aesthetics appeal, but also environmental and more moral appeal.
Et notre dernière question.
And our last question,
Préférez-vous un bâtiment avec
you
un
prefer a building with an orientation with a small frontage or a long frontage on the street? Most answered small frontage on the street, 19%, 81% long frontage on the street.
Alors, les commentaires sont les suivants.
So the comments are as follows. One, the problem is not the orientation. If there is not already houses in the region, respect the citizens that are established and put a buffer. So that there is not 40 units looking at the backyard of somebody that will decrease the value. This way, the tenants have more frontage and less window on the neighborhood. The window is an option. It's poor in culture. 5, absolutely no preference as long as there's parking, green and park. If the park are close one to another, that can cause a weak lighting for those people living in the apartment. It's always more pleasant to have a view other than another apartment block. Then prefer not to have any in their neighborhood. 7, what is important? Is it favorable to the tenants? No, what it the building and apartment blocks are taking a lot of room in the city of Dieppe and extend in rural area. The neighborhood of single family dwellings should be better protected so that there's no apartment block containing a lot of stories that are found in the same place. The number of residents and the population attracted by these properties are not the same as those in single family dwellings. The city of Dieppe is not equipped for the traffic of trucks that this requires. Amiro, for instance, an apartment at 70 units will bring heavy traffic. Again, please consider the rural single-family dwelling well established in the city and keep the apartment block small, since all new apartment blocks built are too high and they extend a lot. The trees are at forever, like the one in La Belle Forêt. This does not represent what Dieppe was a few years ago. 9, most important is to supply as much sun and light to the people of these units. There's a lot for green space. 10, everything depends where the building will be built and to know how we can keep the greatest number of trees. Quite often, developers destroy everything around the construction site. It should not be allowed. Furthermore, too much garbage are found in the environment. The city does nothing other than to encourage these developers. What are the best practice in this field? We depend the expert city to protect the environmental people and the well-being for the prosperous future of the city. 12, no block would be preferable. Why not build them hidden a little bit instead of having a clear cut. 14, thank you for taking the time to ask the opinion of citizens. 15, everything depends on the street, but on the main artery along frontage gives a better view, all keeping the privacy of the people around, no window that gives the view on the back of a single family dwelling that would reduce the value of this one. Said none. 18, hidden parking behind frontage on the street and connected with a sidewalk. 19, again, please install these apartment block in the neighborhood for that kind of building. 21, no, not interested in row houses in my ward. Thank you for the survey. 22, these buildings should not be on, it should not give on the yard. It's it goes against their privacy. They should plant some small trees in the back. Apartment block should not be built in ward of families, period. If I feel all my comments will not be taken, thank you to those who will take the time to read them and to have some empathy. Let's stop thinking about the money. Everybody knows that construction apartment block doesn't bring much money to the city of Dieppe. My partner and I live here for 38 years. It's not the Dieppe where we grew up with the nature and the sense of safety of a small city. It's too bad we won't be able to raise our 3 children in the Dieppe that we got to know. 23, it should be qualified away from single family dwellings should be set separated by green belt where the frontage on the street the parking would be in the back instead of on the street. 24, I understand this kind of building is a must and must we but must not be done by destroying the neighborhood with single family dwelling or to have a zone of transition between these different. 25, no comments. 26, I suggest to close the door now to limit the traffic. 27, question seems weird. Why don't we talk about more balanced conception? They're not the outside finishing that make the word is the people. We've decided to have to clarify between financial support, access to service, and so on and so forth. The builders have built silos, must have process in place to have more benefit for rather than the wallet of some. 28, none of the two. If it's to look in between single family dwelling, and I hope that if you intend to put this on Central Street, you could have developed it so that some trees would remain there. 29, you really think that the people will want to see a small frontage on the street? The city of Dieppe simply wants to have more money in their coffer and not care about the opinion of the residents. Let's patiently wait for the next election with the frontage on the street that allows the developer to put the parking in the back. It creates a better visually parking is in New-Brunswick. We're strong on parking. So I think we should make it such that Dieppe would be different from the other municipalities and cities on the right way by modernization of downtown, where the expansion Dieppe is favoring building with frontage immediately on the street with parking in the back with a company of residential development have financial incentive as the business are. 31, no comments. 32, it's more discreet. Let's orient the building towards the south to make them lighted even in the winter. 33, not no importance. The importance is not to put them anywhere, such as all the clear cutting. 34, I don't like multifamily dwelling. 35, stop putting a large parking in front of the building. There should be parking for a huge building underground. 36, in my opinion, there's already too many multifamily dwelling. Everything depends where the south is. 39, generally, I prefer the long frontage on the street, but depending on the law in question, the building plan, the small frontage on the street could be accepted also. 41, this way, the people having houses would not have the tenants on at their view. I can't go back to change my building when I've left the building. We are affected by this mixture of houses that we had bought where there would be single family dwelling behind our house. Now they are row houses or worse. We think we've lost some value for our house, but especially our private life, and to have a lot of traffic when we leave home. 43 large building should stay on commercial building street and not residential. I don't like building together, and but keep some trees. 45. Stop, said the equity structure. 46. Stop destroying your green space. Enough is enough. 47. No preference for this building except let's stop clear cutting as we did in Dieppe. What a waste. It's a it's forest present nothing. 48. City of Dieppe must take the control on future development. There must be a balance between green space and the building. It's too bad to see that developers do everything. Citizens have to be consulted since we are directly affected by the mistake caused by these developers. 49. It depends really on the situation. 50. It depends on the kind of the land. 51. First choice. Thank you. 52. It's important to foresee a buffet, tree, and green space. At least 15 feet of trees. Let's consider the environmental beauty of the where it's nice to live. It's interesting to foresee a buffet zone between the subdivision, at least 15 feet apart. It's important for the environment, as the city of Dieppe defines itself. 54. You don't make any sense. We're in a pandemic. We consider the importance of taking care of our planet to protect the green space. And someone somewhere think it's okay to clear cut the only green space left in our community. Let's stop thinking about the money and taxes and think of your citizen who settled in this nice area when we're not surrounded by duplex and apartment building and row houses. Whereas to answer your question, that we don't, first of all, agree with you're destroying the beautiful city with block and row houses everywhere. I hope for you that people will not decide to go live elsewhere. 55. A small frontage on the street is not aesthetic and would look ugly.
You prefer these types of buildings to be oriented so that their short side or their long side is facing the street? Comments? Short side is completely unappealing to the street view and the door does not look like a main entrance. 2. Residents probably don't want their back balcony facing the road. 3. Should be green space between building and road and trees and berms between apartment buildings and single dwelling or terraced homes. 4. Better for the residents to not face the road. 5. Depends on the impact it has on the people in the area trying to enjoy privacy of their own backyard. 6. I would prefer that neither be built in our area. 7. I do not prefer either. I cannot say this enough. No apartment or condo multi-unit should be next door to a single dwelling home. I hope to see the city of Dieppe stand up for its current residents, taxpayers. We have put so much into their homes in this community. 8. In either, I do not want any multi-unit dwellings. I was forced to choose one of the survey I would not complete. 9. Houses only. 10. This is for the occupancy benefit. This is for the occupants' benefit. It would be best for them to have a better view than their neighbor's window or balcony. 11. Nothing. 12. I've given my opinion above. Therefore, the remainder of the survey needs no more answers on my part. 13. Stop giving permits for these projects, please. 14. Privacy considerations should be given to existing homes in the neighborhood. Minimize the number of strangers having a view into their property. 15. The long side facing the street allows for the formation of a street wall. This is important in urban environments. I love Dieppe. 16, whatever makes sense in regards to the lot. 17, either way, it takes away from the city. Dieppe is beautiful in neighborhoods. No one wants an apartment building around unless I'm on the main road. Townhouses are nice. 18, buildings should be oriented to allow for sufficient parking and efficient snow removal. 19, no comments. 20, don't have the side with the most window looking over the backyards or of the neighbors completely taken away any privacy they might have. 21, long side facing the street allows for less wooded area to be torn down. 22, this ensures more privacy for tenants and less sidewalk real estate being taken up by balconies. 23, that's a repetition. 23, it doesn't matter. Why should we care when Dieppe can't even send the street sweeper to Lake Burn more than once a year? Literally trees growing out of the asphalt on the streets. Pathetic. 24, it all depends on the location of the building, on the lot, the street, sunrise, and sunset, etc. 25, no matter what, I would put my home for sale as soon as something like this would be built in our neighborhood. 26, in case if the building is nice and modern, not like we have now in Dieppe, like Killam buildings. 27, you already have roads built and then ask for input. You have bylaws that are discriminatory based on the employment requirements and will do whatever you want anyway.
Alors, ça conclut la longue liste de...
This completes the long list of comments from the survey. So thank you to those who accepted to read, but thank to the citizen of Dieppe who took the time to answer. It's important to guide the municipal council, such as the project that was presented at the beginning of our meeting concerning the type or the kind of activity, the kind of program that we want. This being said, before we start the next section, which will certainly take more than 15 minutes, we would need a motion to be able to go past 10 o'clock, moved by Councillor Leblanc. Somebody to seconded by Councillor Arsenault. Other question? All those in favor say aye. Reminded nay. So, carried, will continue. Thank you. Presentation of analysis of the letter of opposition for the revision of zoning bylaw. Mr. Girard, I believe, will start with the initial introduction by Mr. Fournette. Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. And I would like to thank my colleague to allow Alexandre and I the reading of each comment tonight. Following comments that we receive as much from the public as from the developers and some members of council, I would like to explain a little bit what we do when we talk about the revision of the municipal plan, and so that people will understand what really is the municipal plan. It's important to understand the proposal that we put to the council. You've seen tonight, it follows many experiences from the past, the trends of the last few months and the last few years that we have seen, as much the type of development and the retroaction that we receive from the back time from the residents who are directly affected by these proposals. Simply to tell you that the amendment we're proposing is not a complete revision of the two municipal plan and zoning bylaw. It's changes that we consider necessary. And when we have a bylaw, municipal plan, a zoning bylaw, is the planning act allow us to adopt a document that lasts 10 years. It's one where we can bring changes, amendment, when the council sees fit. So I think that it was well explained, the process in September, where we're at today, and the advice, the consultative advice that will be given to you for the meeting of March 8th, so that people can understand, those who are listening and the members of council. I just want to share with you a passage that is the introduction of municipal plan. What is the municipal plan? Well, municipal plan is a plan that belongs to the municipal council, to the population and all interest group. The directive plan that will lead the development and meets the inspiration of as to the kind of plan that we want. It's a strategic and long-term plan. The plan will constitute the basic of the decision that will be taken to protect and improve the quality of life of the citizens of today and later. They want to have a proposal that will guide and support the ordered development socially, economically, to direct them to be evolutive and to adapt to changing conditions. When we say that a document, we can't keep it necessarily 10 years because it changes all the time. As we explained during a presentation, we saw a shift in the typography of the houses. We see less and less single family, more and more row houses. There's a need, but it's at the level of organization on the territory. That's where we need to have more consideration when we accept that kind of development. So, as I was saying, circumstances are ever changing, and the periodic amendment are necessary to consider the changes are produced within the community. For those who were asking, why are we bringing certain changes? The municipal plan, a total of 120 pages, and the what we're proposing is a complete change. We're proposing to you 20 proposals that have been presented during the public hearing. 120, 160, we talk about 20 changes that we are proposing to bring to the two documents. And now I will leave it to Alexandre, who will talk more about his analysis that he made, that he's received, comments received from the citizens, and contrary comments during the public hearing.
Gérard, bonsoir.
Gerard, good evening. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council.
OK, donc, si
So,
vous avez
if you still have energy, we have gone through the analysis of the objections that we received from the developers as to the proposed changes to the bylaw and the municipal plan. So I will briefly go through the deadline also of the revision, the important dates with the process, and also to an overview of the public hearing and go through the analysis of comments. You have in front of you the deadline with the critical dates of the process. Here again, it's a process that started on January the 11th formally. Some presentations were made to the council in 2020 in September. Therefore, I won't go into details, these deadlines, these dates. They've been discussed on several occasions, but it's a process that is concluded today. We're seeking a debate from the council on the proposal that are before you, and also maybe as to the comments that were presented by the public, and to the comments, the objections that were received from the developers. We would want a debate from the councillors and the members of council to animate somewhat the direction or the discussion on the issue. So as far as public participation, some notice were sent to 559 owners for different reasons. We proposed some rezoning also. Also, we wanted to distribute the notice to inform some residents of a survey that was read. So some residents were informed of this. There was also a notice that was sent by email to the developer. 55 developers were informed. We put some public notice on their website. We put the change on our website so that the public be able to see it and to take become aware. We invited people to contact us, and the rezoning that was posted on our website on Facebook, where we received 298 people that answered the question. To start our analysis of objections, we'll start with the first file, and to make reference, it'd be page 8 of your package. So if the change that is proposed is to create a new zone around downtown in residential area around downtown to accommodate a slight increase in density. So you have in front of you the map, the lands, the property that would be affected, over 190 properties would be affected by the change to this zoning. If they're as zone R2, where we recommend semi-detached single-family dwelling, we would allow possibly up to a maximum of 4 unit per property or row house. A slight increase in density, and I think that it's important to make a link between the main plan of downtown, the main plan for. So you have before you a map that illustrates in the downtown plan that refers to the surrounding of downtown, and a passage of the main plan. We mentioned that even if this sector should not receive an increase the density would be concentrated along Govan, along Champlain and Acadie Street. A certain growth must be encouraged around downtown to draw profit from existing equipment to limit the impacts. That passage can be read on page 121 of the main plan for downtown. Here again, so the objections that were received, again, we received 6 letters of opposition that are in line with the proposed change. So here again, with that, to 190 letters. I had a discussion with 18 owners, and generally speaking, they were discussion that were positive, but there again, there were the question of tax rate, the evaluation, and the questions dealing with the change to accommodate a multifamily dwelling with 4 unit per building. Certain concern with that slight increase in density. So a letter of opposition was submitted by residents from Normandy Street. The withdrawal between the commercial zone and residential zone will have a negative impact on these properties. That was the important point that we wanted to make more analysis for you. to illustrate the impact that it will have on certain property, on certain land. So here again, there was a letter of opposition. It mentioned that it's not only the green map, there will be a family map. Therefore, as for the analysis, it went from the withdrawal of a building should be debated by council, since the council may want to encourage a better transition between the building located along Acadie and the adjacent the city could have a withdrawal of 3 meters in this that touched the residential area, provided if the council choose not to allow the change to maintain R2 for the residential property in downtown. Dieppe, the property located on Acadie and Champlain, adjacent to the property, R2 will have a withdrawal of 6 meters for building of 4 stories, or a withdrawal of 10 meters for those of 4 stories or more. This is simply a question of wanting to favor the development of downtown in order to give the owners the opportunity to maximize their building on their property. There again, it's a question that can become sensitive, because when we talk about uh, withdrawal, there can be a loss of space. So it creates a reluctancy from some citizens. Don't want to show more. I'll show more details if they wish to go ahead with the change as proposed, with no withdrawal for the building located in downtown, close to the adjacent zone. This could have an incidence on the residential property. We feel that this should be cause of debate, since it would have an influence on the development of downtown. So we notice that the change of zoning, the slight increase in density, uh, and the could come would not have any impact, and this proposal could create some new opportunities of affordable building in the downtown Dieppe. You have in front of you a map where there's a red line, would be essentially the contentious area. We will have a commercial zone that touches that area, or is that is a zone R2 now. Is the R2 is maintained, every property that go along Acadie or Champlain must keep that 6 meter or 14 meter withdrawal according to the height. We want to remove that withdrawal, that to favor the development of downtown. So here again is something that can be debated. We can use 3 meters or introduce another one. But at the end of the day, we find ourselves in a position where we have to manage the growth, and that proposal is before you. As far as the example, it's a sketch that we prepared for you here on the property in question. The one who is opposed, we're on Normandy, at the corner of Acadie and Normandy, the single family dwelling. That, as you can see, there is a different uh, scale. We talk about withdrawal is 6 meters and 10 meters, depending on the height of the proposed building. At the present time, what we're proposing is to favor the development of downtown at the and in theory, we could have a withdrawal of 0 on the adjacent property. Here again, there's another measure of control that could avoid that 0 withdrawal. At the end of the day, if there was no window with a kind of brick wall, it could probably have 0 meters. And here again, it's in front of you as a proposal, and I don't know debate-wise if there's question on that issue, and if you want to proceed to the next one. Question or comments on that aspect of Mr. Snow? That's it. It's a small house that is there. there was a window, wouldn't want to face a wall. Well, this is where we're at right now. We have a downtown where we want to encourage development. We receive requests from developers to purchase that kind of property to maximize their property, to intensify our downtown, but then we have to consider how to uh, meet these buildings with the neighboring buildings. If we impose too much of a withdrawal, of course, the developer will have the perception that there will be a project that is financially not realizable at the end of the day. It's to find the balance. 3 meter withdrawal could be reasonable. Well, at the present time, it's in your hand as far as decision. Was there? I'm sorry. At the present time, the developer, no withdrawal would be favorable for the developer. But at the end of the day, there again, we're in the details, and unfortunately, we must have a bylaw that protects the interests of the individuals, but it becomes more visionary vision for you, the council. You want to favor the development of downtown. Yep, and to what extent should we accommodate that kind of development or favor the development of downtown? There's no question. Of course, that's what we want, but we must also make sense. Mr. Fernet mentioned in when sometimes we have to use the good sense. I repeat. Thank you. Monsieur Leblanc. Thank you, Your Worship. Creation of RU on Cousteau Street. As an example, we say we want to have row houses for a maximum of 2 units per building, 4 units per building. It is all small property, small lands. We would envision to put a block with 4 units on a property the size of residential, rather than someone buying 2 or 3 property and would settle on 2 or 3. The objective here is to have an impact on the existing character, to renew a building and to introduce, if an existing building, would to introduce a second building up to a maximum of 4. If it's not feasible, if it's something we can create a situation, there's other parameters to follow. There's a withdrawal from a property line. Certain things will be required. There's, if a small lot cannot accommodate 4 units, well, it's not feasible. So there'll be two houses, 2 lodging. So there's already lodging, 3 lodging, 4 houses in the sector. So it is possible. It's something that can be done. It's a matter of saying. There, the area with the largest lot, Crystal, more in downtown, the core of downtown. Right. I was wondering what was a classification that was taken for Cousteau Street. Sorry. Thank you. Monsieur Godet. Thank you, Your Worship. As far as withdrawal is concerned, today applies only to land that are adjacent to Acadie or Champlain Street, or does it apply to every street that are designated at the present time? So the withdrawal would refer a land that is adjacent to a commercial zone with a commercial building that is against a residential property that withdrawal is imposed. Albany, for instance. No, because there's no business that would be beside it. Madame Boutier,
Merci, Monsieur le maire.
Your Worship,
Un peu confuse par
I'm confused.
parle du retrait
We talk about the withdrawal. What?
pas
I don't understand
l'aménagement.
the development.
Mais incorporer une
You
nouvelle zone qu'on
want
appelle
to incorporate a
résidentiel.
new zone that we call residential. We talk about a withdrawal of a zone. Are we going to add that on top of?
Donc,
I'm confused.
le changement proposé.
What are the proposed changes? At the present time, the change that is proposed is to go from R2 to RU. It's in that transition, there's another place in our bylaw that refers to a withdrawal that is imposed for a commercial building that are adjacent to a residential lot. So it applies only to a property that is on R2. If we change the bylaw and we create RU, that withdrawal will not be imposed anymore. This is where the letter of objection referred to zero withdrawal. That's where the objection by making the change of zoning, the withdrawal is eliminated, but we want the council to be aware that yes, there may be conflict in the future. How to manage these conflict, we can arrive at a certain withdrawal, but the largest withdrawal, the greater the withdrawal, the more opportunity is lost for the producer, for the developer on Acadie or Champlain, but would be favorable for the residential.
Moi,
I don't know if it's the time or the place.
encore une fois, je favorise
Once again,
urbaine.
I favor an urban zone.
Je pense pas qu'à ce point,
A development, I don't think at this time.
je pense que ça mérite
I think that it's worth
une plus grande analyse.
having a greater analysis on the impact that it will have. There's too many sectors now. Small houses, small house,
Bungalow, puis là, on dit du jour au lendemain qu'on va
and
faire
but we say overnight that we're going to allow a block of 4 units. Will it be 14, 15, 20 years?
définition de la zone urbaine,
The definition of an urban zone is what?
de passer de un
To go from one
que
pack
c'est beaucoup,
in that
c'est
zone.
aussi, on peut
It's a
faire
lot,
celui-là, mais
but we take only that one. But
de Grand Pré, Saint-Croix,
the sector of Grand Pré, Sainte Croix, Virginia,
petite rue,
there's small streets, small community.
j'aimerais voir
I would like to see
en temps de
that we would take the time
définition que juste
to have a better
à 4
definition that's simply to have 4 units per lot. Okay, at the present time, semi-detached is allowed. We would talk of having essentially density per unit if it's allowed. But is that a concern you have? Monsieur Brideau? Your Worship, concern from a resident who asked me the question last week. Go back on Cousteau Street. Cousteau from the credit union to College Street are all a single family dwelling, and there's no property available in that section. What I was asked, do we favor this change to go to RU on one side, or is it the whole Cousteau Street? I said, no, it's the whole Cousteau Street. He said, I understand one thing, you're asking changes. He lives on one side of Cousteau. If I look at the houses across from me in that side of Cousteau, They're back to back with Champlain. So any developer, of course, he says, I'll buy 3 or 4 houses, can build unit. But problem is, what I'm afraid is, what are these changes that will come to us? Are we going to change with a frontage, a small apartment of 4 units across from us? But I call that a concern, a worries. They're all good questions. The people live on street, especially in these area. People are used to having stability in their area, and this is why we follow the recommendation of the downtown to increase a slight increase and not a rezone sector for the R3 or a apartment block of 40 units. We don't want to encourage the consolidation of the lots. We want to encourage the development of future affordable housing. If we renovate a single family dwelling and another one in the basement, is by thinking that way it will have a visual impact on the building. There will be opportunities where it's a 2-story house and there will be uh, an apartment in the basement, and we'll be able to create 3 lodging, but a maximum of 4. It's probably the maximum we can have with these properties, but it will have to be seen. And will it affect all the other kind of zoning? I think the main question that the council must ask themselves is, do we foresee that what is happening on Champlain Street today for the last 15 years, or the person who were living there, the next generation, we know what they did. I grew up there, but I'm elsewhere now, and there's nobody from the family left. The family age and the people die, and these houses are put up for sale. Whether we want it or not, gradually, that's what will happen, in my opinion, at least gradually. The same thing will happen on Cousteau because, like Councillor Councillor Bido said, it gives directly on Champlain, essentially, or it gives directly on Uniplex, essentially. When do we want to prepare the property for the future? Do we want to have a debate piecemeal? We won't be there probably in 10 years from now or 15 years from now. Do we want to have a piecemeal debate? That's my interpretation of the thing. Correct me if I'm wrong. No more question? Mr. Cormier. Your button, the mute button or the button won't light. I wonder why. For whatever, for a static reason, they canceled all the mics on that side of the room.
Ma préoccupation est tout simplement
Answer is simply the withdrawal. Are we concerned about having room for the Canadian snow to place as far as the withdrawal is concerned? When we build downtown, we will encourage as little backup as possible, but we know the situation quite well. Generally speaking, laterally it's not where the snow accumulates, but it can be a corner that, a point that becomes,
Pour laisser un buffer pour la neige. Oui, absolument.
OK. Prochain item.
okay, next item.
Le prochain point ici se réfère pour les changements.
It refers to the changes from R1 to R2 for Thomas, Melanson Road, and Pascal Road. We've received page 30 of the package. So 2 objections were submitted by 2 owner who wants to maintain the status quo, who want to remain at R1. It was mentioned that there is a fear of the proposed change in depreciation of the value on Melanson, Pascal, and Thomas Street. So there again, the objective of that proposal was to make the development coherent on both sides of the street. And we don't have there was not really other objective than that, to take the same zoning on one side of the street and to have it on the other side. Is there a question as to that proposal? There again, there's a lot of land. I personally get some calls. I discussed this proposal with the people from Thomas, Pascal, and Melanson streets, but there again, the people are somewhat reserved with the proposal, with the number of letters that we sent. 21 on Pascal, 34 on Thomas, and 8 on Melanson. Any question? Councillor Gadet, your worship. I don't have much problem with Melanson, but Thomas and Pascal, I have problems. The reason is Thomas, the present time, I counted 65 houses on Thomas that are single-family dwelling and 7 duplex. On Pascal, 71 houses and 1 duplex. So 90% are 1. We see this for conformity with those that are R2 should become R1. The 2 streets be R1. I can't see the justification to go any other way. On the 2 streets, I counted maybe 3 properties that are available right now. Even lately, there was a house in Pascal that was built. It was a single family dwelling. I have difficulty with these changes. It should be the other way around. After everything we've seen in the survey tonight, people maintain their zoning of R1. And for conformity, we shouldn't say it. No, we don't keep R1, we go to R2. There's no consequences. It's noted. No, it's noted. Yeah. Then the your worship, it was exactly what I wanted to say. Pascal, it's 100% single family dwelling. We're in a zone that is completely single family, and we want to keep it R1 for Thomas and transfer to R1 what is presently R2, or keep the status quo. If we maintain status quo, nothing changed. If we remove the acquired rights, if we took R2 and make it R1, then the semi-detached would have a grandfather clause. At the end of the day, it's a question of, it's a legal question. We could recommend to maintain the status quo. 6 to 1, half a dozen of the others, says the mayor. For the Thomas, that whole side of it, for me, are what that is there should be. From Taddy going down, we see more duplex. So at least go similar from there. But from there to go up to Central and Charlottesville to I2 in the duplex, that's my opinion. I wish we would maintain R1. Noted? Noted. Next item.
Donc, le point ici, on
So-
termine, il y a 3 terrains sur le boulevard Dieppe. à proximité
Boulevard
de
Dieppe,
l'intersection Mélenchon, là.
close to the intersection of Melanson, that we want to rezone from R4. That is a zone that is high density residential, high density to commercial, mixed commercial zoning. There again, on the other side of the street, at the corner, it's a CM zone. So the owner asked us in a letter that was sent to the council to make sure that at that height there could be multifamily dwelling built on his property that would be zone CM. So it goes with the proposal we put forward, multifamily dwelling would be allowed at the Boulevard Dieppe to have multifamily dwelling. Where I circle here in red, the promoter wish is making a proposal in his letter to rezone part of his property that is across the creek, the brook, for zone conservation. We don't see the necessity of doing it. The condo or the we don't see the necessity of rezoning it to a conservation zone. We don't see why we should do that. We're proposing the status quo as far as proposal is concerned. Question, Mr. Blanc? Thank you, Your Worship. As I look on the map, the Dieppe Boulevard in the back, Rue du Moulin is on what? Immediately behind the parcel that is proposed to be rezoned, it's R4 for a small parcel. Why not redo the whole area, but it's just to keep a buffer zone. And the Moulin Street is on HM. And to the thing I was looking at is try to avoid having a block with the back to of its residents on the Moulin. What we're proposing or what present time the rezoning would allow it. With R4, they could have a block, a big block, quite a big block. So it changes nothing as far as that goes. We're proposing to keep it as is? No. We want to rezone CM to, if he wants to have a multifamily dwelling, he can. We give him another opportunity to have business on his property. Why? Right now, he can't have business, no, very limited. Could have a nursing home and it's not a zone. R4 is not a commercial zone per se. Presently, according to the conversation I've had with the promoter, he's no problem with the proposal. He wanted to make sure that if ever he wanted to have a multifamily dwelling, he could have it. If the other proposals are adopted by yes, he could have multi-residential. Yes, it may be a good time to take a break. We only have one interpreter left. So I think that our interpreter would need a break, a 10-minute break to empty his head or rest his head. Don't look, he's away. He's not in the back, so you can't see him. He's away. Everybody's looking in the room and it's empty. No, JC is in Shediac. With technology today, he does it from home. All right, we take a 10-minute break, and from now, which means essentially, yeah, 36. So, good evening, everyone. We've had time to freshen up our eyes, and I hope that our interpreter is back. I'm told yes, that he is. That being said, let's continue. Mr. Simar. No, Vera, they're all the same. They're all from the same region. So, the next proposal that we are proposing and we've received is the possibility of allowing more than one main building on RHM and R3. So here, for this proposal, we receive a lot of opposition to this from the developers. So the concern is there will be supplementary costs related to the building of a public street. There's been said that the construction of private public street are more expensive and not realizable. They're saying the development of a public street is a lose-lose situation, referring to long-term maintenance of a public street for the city and the initial cost to build a public street for a developer. The developer says that the proposed change is in contradiction with the principle 910 of the plan traditional versus non-traditional. So we say that now there exist two standards of development in RHM and R3. The first standard is for traditional development, where the developer must provide a public, must subdivide his property and must give some property to the municipality, either 10% in land or cash in lieu. And it's kind of a foreseeable development for everybody. The developer have a public street. He gives public property to the municipality. That's foreseeable. We create lots according to the standard of the city. It's mentioned how to create development since all the building will face public street and bring some forcibility for engineering, snow removal, and other municipal services. So the second standard is RHM and R3, where a developer can decide not to build a public street and to have a private access to service either row houses or multifamily dwelling. So it creates a level of unforeseeability as much for the municipality as for the neighborhood. The second standard has a non-traditional where you can have two buildings or more on a property and service that property on an access. And this would create some unfortunability, can be located anywhere on a property oriented different way. They can bring some development with more density than was planned, even though the density can be perceived as something that is positive for the city. But we must note that the density should be integrated in the existing sector and encourage the good sectors such as property of arterial connected and not on local highway. So the question for you to answer, why authorize two standards while it's possible to develop a traditional development plan in the a non-traditional is usually the result of a lack of well consolidated property or in reason of wanting to maximize the number of houses The developers say that they should not be required to create a public street, and they should have the choice to develop more than one house on a private access. If the developer are authorized to build more than one building on property with a private access, how can the city make sure that the road system on a long-term basis will exist? The development of a public street was at the basic of ordained and foreseeable. The basic plan is formed the structure by creating urban block. Public street is accessible to the public and easy identifiable by the fire department and other services. With the development of public street, city can maintain connectivity and ensure hierarchy of foreseeable uh, with a destination of arterial connective. The city can plan its infrastructure accordingly. The city of Dieppe, through its plan of management of asset, is in good position to maintain its inventory and maintain future public streets by continuing a good maintenance of its asset. It's not a lost proposal for the city to have an inventory of public, as a developer indicated. To follow the comment mentioned that a proposed change is contradictory to the underneath this principle would be better defined a traditional than non-traditional, that council can consider the non-traditional specific case or a traditional development could be realized or when it is uh, with when they're hoping to be appropriate through the request of rezoning. A proposal will be presented inside the integrated development or the opposite. So the principle that we refer, it's already it's adopted by the council. The principle here, the principle is to define the kind of traditional as follow: development on lodging a public street and development having a main building on the property on a lot. In principle number 9, the principle the council to recognize in specific when a kind of traditional development cannot be uh, developed or it's not hope for alternative or private access, and plus the private must be a subject to have a responsible approach and structure. And principle number 10, to follow number 9, they want to adopt to the non-traditional or alternative proposed be conformed to the municipal plan and with the requirement of all the others municipal regulations. Here again, another key principle of municipal plan that is already in existence without responsible and ordained on page 20 of the municipal plan. Letter F, we talk about orienting the new development project on the property close to a public street on page 30. They want to develop the multifamily along the arterial street and collector or close to these. We don't talk about a private access or a private entrance. We talk here again about arterial road. Is there any question, comments on what I just said? Mr. Godet. Thank you, Your Worship. When a person, developer asks for a project that requires a variance, do these variants come directly to the council or does it have to go through PAC with recommendation from them? Variance goes to the mandate of the Planning Advisory Committee and only the committee. We don't talk about a change of use. A variance is dimensional quite often or of a design nature where the committee can impose some conditions if we vary from a standard that is adopted through the development, the planning. So explain that. if a developer need a variance on a project of several million, and it's a project, it goes to PAC. PAC says, no, we don't recommend that variance. All of that is without the council being aware of it. That is the reason why the council accept bylaw is to allow the developer to conform to the bylaw. And if there's a dimensional nature, we agree on variance. Variance means you vary, you leave the rules. I understand. I want to, for the context, a variance is deceiving. We will vary. If the withdrawal of the building is at 6 meters and the promoter wants to go to 5 meters, in that case, doesn't meet the requirement of 6 meters, we have to bring it before the planning advisory committee to see the proposal that is put forward reasonable or not. And the PAC will have the mandate of accepting or refusing a variance based on the question of being reasonable. Is it final? There's no appeal? Yeah, there can be an appeal. There's an appeal process for a variance. At what level is that appeal? It's an appeal, a provincial appeal. It doesn't go to council at all. No. So there are third parties that can bring the planning advisory committee in appeal if the development officer makes a wrong definition of the like can be appealed by a neighbor, by a third party. Thank you. Mr. Cormier, your worship, a question with several ABC. What control does the council or the municipality has on a development where the promoter wants to build 2 apartments on the same property? Does the council or the city have a certain control on the width of the alley between the apartments? Does the city has a control to make sure that there is an entrance and an exit in case of fire, that the fire truck will not be stranded, ambulance or any service vehicle? That's my concern in these alleys. Yes. So effectively, the zoning bylaw, the regulation and the width of the alleys, the regulation, the number of access will be based on units. So if we go above a certain number, we have a second exit. The regulation exists and the council has the power of changing that regulation if you so wish. What we're doing now, we're amending certain division, bringing some changes. Mr. Thibodeau, thank you, your worship. Wish you would enlighten me. I've seen this. It says the council can consider the non-traditional development in specific case where a case of traditional development cannot be done, or when it's not wished for. We don't say no. We say we'll study it case by case. Do I understand correctly? It will not be allowed in RHM and R3 if you adopt it like that. But if a developer owns a lot that is in RHM, the council would be ready to consider kind of a non-traditional development. We can bring it before you. Zone integrated development, there would be a kind of a zoning where the council could look at that specific case, because we want to define, we want to know why they can't bring a public to divide his property. There should be a specific reason, according to us, it's for that reason we want to bring it before you as a rezoning, and not to leave the promoters to simply bring the file before the PAC to impose certain conditions. So in cases like that, you sit with a developer and you try to find a way of accommodating its development, if I understand correctly, at the present time, for the future, at the present time, if we adopt this change. As I said, the promoter will have to show us why he cannot bring a kind of traditional development. The promoter will always have a right to make a request to the council to rezone his property to an integrated zone if he wants to put 4 or 5 building on the lot with a private access. They will have to be able to make a request to the council. If the council wish to accept that kind of development, it's in you have the right to do it with an integrated zone. For us, it's going to be specific case where we will be able to recommend. And if you can bring a public street and kind of traditional development, if these changes are accepted by the council, we will be able to recommend that kind of development. So at the end of the day, we have to consider here the why. Can the developer physically bring a public street? If my neighbor doesn't want to sell, I can't bring my street. Eventually, we have to be patient, and we may have to promote the consolidation of the lot to bring more traditional development, to try and bring in kind of development where they don't necessarily have the proper size to accept that form of development. Thank you, Your Worship. It does answer my question. You will do? Your Worship. Trying to understand from what you just said earlier. I have a lot, a huge lot. I can easily build 2 buildings on it. Maybe I would put a 3rd one. As long as these 3 buildings face a main street. The front of the building must face, yes. If a subdivision is possible to accommodate each building on an individual lot, and that lot face the public street, and the zoning allow it. If the developer owns a big lot, why shouldn't he have a public street and divide public utility? That's where we're at with this proposal, is to eliminate the second standard that exists right now, where a developer has a big lot. He doesn't want to bring a public street. He doesn't want to continue a public street. That's where, as far as the proposal is concerned, yes, there will be initial cost for the developer. But at the end of the day, the public street will come back to the municipality. The municipality has a mandate to maintain a public street with a good management of its asset. And on the long term, it will become an asset. As for the life cycle of operation, the developer is a winner in the long run. But I have a problem. I was made aware. A developer presented a project. Several million project was refused because we are changing the regulation. I have a problem with that. How can we refuse a project before the law is adopted? So at the present time, that's what you're referring with one of the 3 cases that was part and parcel of the analysis at the end of the day. Maybe could talk through the comments that were made in the analysis, but it's not a matter of taking side, but just want to understand what happened. Well, maybe we could discuss somewhere else. Your worship, look at page 34, the document that Alexandre prepared and the principles of development public street. And I think we're asking the developer to develop the public street. That's the principle on which the municipality bases itself, and our employees try to encourage the developer to do so. Just to add, and as municipal council, should we not see what is the best for our citizens for today and a long-term basis? Isn't that what we should be looking for? Absolutely, as much residential as commercial. We want to encourage the developers to build not only residential but also commercial. So yes, I agree with you, Your Worship. We shouldn't be ashamed of the results we have so far. Other question on that issue? Let's continue. So, next proposal, add standard for multifamily outside the CC and CM zone. Presently, normally when a building and multiple housing has a public entrance, they must face a public street. However, an exception can be added for some building that doesn't have internal corridor, so no public entrance to instead to allow that the unit face the street. Here is a connection of surface of a width 1.5 meters will also be required between the building and the public street. And it proposes also the greatest dimension of new building and multiple lodging, the biggest side be a face towards the public street. Here again, it's a proposal that is supported by several opposition by the developer. But we also have a survey that favors some orientation of buildings. I can go several developers feel that the proposed changes will make some projects unrealizable, not realistic. We invite the developers to submit financial arguments to show that some proposals are not realizable. See how the building can integrate itself in existing situation and improve its relation with the public street. At this time, it's difficult to determine if it will make some projects unrealizable. Some can be unrealizable for many reasons, and that becomes a case by case. And promoter must follow and consider their site according if they want to recycle their building and take the same building on different lot that have unique characteristic. Yes, these proposed changes could make some project unrealizable. So if the promoters want to find a solution, propose a building with animated frontage that integrates the proposed change will not make this project unrealizable. Here again, to make reference to the survey, 82% of the people answered that they prefer a long frontage on the street versus 17%. Yeah, Anglophone said 75 that prepared a long frontage, 25% that preferred a smaller frontage, 240 people answered for the long frontage than the small frontage. There again, it's an aesthetic question. It's a question of integrating a building with the character of a public street. At the present time, you have it in front of you a sketch that shows the way that the Gauvin is developing between Pascal and Thomas. You see that there are lots that technically could accommodate development along, we have a small frontage that faces the street. We create a high level of density. Is that where we want the density? But to what extent are we ready to accept the density as long as the building fits that way? A building can take several a form like the one that is presented there, and certainly we can adjust the building to have a longer frontage on the street. And here is what it could have looked like if we had had that provision in the past with a long frontage on public street. And we would encourage the developer to maximize by going with a building to maximize the right that the R3 zone is giving them. Here again, it becomes a question for the council, debate-wise, what kind of municipality do you want? As far as the vision, as far as the look and frontage of street, you want to have a street with long building frontage. You want a higher level of density with small frontage that are probably less animated. Here again, was shown at the public hearing, but we have an example here of building with small frontage that face a public street. And so it's a characteristic that we can have with small frontage where it's a side of a street, little animation, the architectural spec is less interesting, but we want the face of a building and not the back of the building on the public street. If it here an example of a building that has its back on the public street doesn't follow the highest principle we would like to have for a public street within the inside the municipality. When we play with the forum, when we look at different solutions, we can have buildings that are somewhat more contact. We can have a result like this that would meet the new provisions to have animated frontage on the public street, again, to maximize the amount of high quality frontage that the public will see from the street. Question, Mr. Gadet. Thank you, Your Worship. Just to clarify, when we say possibility, if it's possible, there's two projects that are being built at the present time. One on Amiro, just before we arrive at Lafayette, an apartment block that is being built, another apartment block on the other side of the street, and not far from the water tower. If these two apartments, if the application had been had this summer, after we approve all these changes, could we have built? To answer your question, it would be a case where we would have to bring the case before the planning advisory committee. It's not a categorical no, but what the promoter will suggest as far as proposal is concerned in the context, no, that context, we realize that the lot is little. It's not possible to have the frontage on the street. Exactly. So when we have an existing context, we must be reasonable. Speak in the mic. With translation, it's hard. We still have people listening. I'd like, if they don't listen, maybe they'll listen. More people. It's an important question for me because there's some cases, the two cases are very good cases. Just want to know. Do we tell the developer, no, you're not building? Well, for the case of Amiro, it's a question of rezoning. At the end of the day, the council made a decision on that issue. But there again, if the rezoning had allowed it, Well, you have to consider the context and will can the lot accommodate such a big building? To what extent is the promoter ready to make a proposal of a building that integrates as much as possible with the existing site, with the best frontage characteristic to animate the frontage of the building? If it's a proposal that is reasonable, that meet the criteria of having animated the frontage, to have specific material, and there again, it becomes a case by case, but it's something that, yes, there will be an exercise of reflection. We can't really said, yes, we would refuse it, or no, we wouldn't recommend, or yes, we would recommend. It becomes a case by case because regulations are made to be respected. We can't respect the rule. We ask a variance. And if the variance is reasonable, well, then we can recommend it. As long as there are factors that make it such that it's a reasonable request. Thank you, Mr. Blanc. Thank you, Your Worship. Clarification, please. Sorry. Is there a requirement? I don't know, if you don't have a sidewalk, to have a connection to go on the street that has no sidewalk. I think it was a question of case by case. I mean, it's not required. It's a matter of studying the case by case. But there again, generally speaking, when we encourage development on the connector and arterial, there should be a sidewalk. If there's none, there again, it becomes a question of reasonable judgment, a variance, and the sidewalk is brought on an internal sidewalk that is on the site versus. These are questions that would be dealt at the PAC. They're all questions there again. It becomes a lot of case by case, and we'll certainly will see there again if you accept the changes. But let it be known there are legal mechanisms for the promoter to bring forth a proposal. We're here to explain the intention of the change. Is to have animated frontage, is to have building that have a good relations with the public street, and on the side of a building with nothing, you know. Thank you. I don't see any other lights, Mr. Burido. In other words, if I understand from your explanation, Uni Center, if we had accepted that regulation, the Uni Center would not go through because it doesn't have the frontage on Rue du Collège. There's nothing on that side. Well, if we look at Uni, it's a good reflex where we have a frontage that more animated on the public street. Your Worship, I would remind that the Uni complex is an option to add to the building on the frontage of the College Street, and that was considered the option to add. That these are the facts, reality. Can't invent. Any other questions on the frontage? What phase do we look at? Reasonable. I like what you say. We have to be reasonable. You go to PAC, and the points must be reasonable. Thank you. We continue. We talk about the conception, a few changes in the conception for the building in Zone C to avoid projection of buildings such as balcony, a veranda, solarium, that they don't, they are not more than the outside sun, and the outside stairway will not be allowed to be built between the building and the public. We talk about a stairway in wood, and the width of the frontage must measure at least 75% of the lot, frontage of the lot. These requirements are presented to allow downtown. This is a point on the guide, the main guide of downtown. We received some opposition from the developers who develop inside the downtown. So they affirm that the proposed changes will make some projects unrealizable and will counter additional costs. It will be the same answer when we talk about costs. We invite the developers to give some evidence. It's going to be a case by case. Some amendment that are proposed are made with a vision of the downtown of Dieppe. We want to encourage the proposals to maximize their frontage and to bring the lot. Our downtown represents a small percentage as far as zoning is involved, and it's the question of having architectural requirement higher for a small percentage should be taken into consideration by the council. These are principles that are established in the main guide and the development plan of downtown. And we take them essentially and we bring them in our zoning bylaw to make a regulation of it. And the downtown represents small percentage, if you wish, and architectural building unique should encourage the promoters want to find proposals, and they should ensure an animated effort to propose will not make these projects realizable. We have lots of projects that are well within downtown, and there are solutions if we really look at it. So, as far as changes, if is there questions for this change? Question? There again, we talk about the architecture of the building, per se. Question? Continue. Local of a garage in zone CC. The proposal here is to allow the promoter to develop interior garage on the main floor, but there is a residential use, commercial use on a public street. Here again is to animate the street. We don't want the parking to support on the frontage of a building on a public street, but we want to have a downtown that is commercial of a mixed use, but we don't want to have cars at the main level. The promoters who develop inside downtown, the opposition to this proposal is such that, well, they proposed by saying the development of building on Acadie Street and Champlain Street on the main street is not viable because it's hard to attract commercial land tenants on these streets. We look at the existing requirements. All main floors should be business, and we propose a proposal that is in that we understand to rent a whole building for the main floor is a challenge. We understand that we live in a place where the people are traveling by car. To park the car in a building can be perceived as being important for a tenant of downtown. So the changes that are proposed are in line with what is established in downtown. Want to encourage the promoter to maximize their lot and the multifamily on the southwest of Acadie Avenue will allow it no building on the main street. This proposal is not ideal. And when we look at the vision of the main guide, of downtown. It's not what is proposed, but nevertheless, we see that it could be accomplished without having a negative aspect for the development of downtown, especially on the side of the art center and the city hall. Mr. Godet, question. If I understand correctly, the present time, the east side of Acadie Street, it has commercial on the main floor. And the west side of Acadie, it's not necessary. With these changes, would both sides remain become the same? No, it's the opposite. The change will make it such that the southwest can have residential, the main floor. The southwest, present time, they don't need to. No, they have to put business at the present time. I thought it was zone B. It was conditional that this be amended in the zoning bylaw. So there will be two-way. One side will be one way, the other side of the street will be the other way. One side will be commercial, main floor. That is the market. The market on the other side, you have the choice of having commercial on the main floor or residential only. There is a reason why we don't have the same thing on both sides, as it was explained by some the challenge, the economic challenge of filling all commercial space. We discussed with council previously. That's how the alternative was put forward as a positive alternative is what is proposed by the son. Thank you. Promoter has the option of putting business on the main floor, just the same, and to be eligible for the incentive that are being available. Madame Leboutier, thank you, Worship. It's more an information question. I would like to know on this question, since we're in the zone of downtown, with the development of downtown, expansion Dieppe. What is the notice? We should, their notice, their recommendation before we go forward to have one. What? From expansion Dieppe? A meeting is scheduled Thursday to follow up with all the changes that, and expansion yet. We will be discussing at that time. So it's noted that the downtown was led by expansion. Yep, that's why I was asking, because I see nowhere. It's a question of information. I can confirm that they are supporting this change. I can personally confirm that. I don't know where I'm at. Some developers wish that the city will allow inside parking up to the side of the frontage facing the main street. So if go back to the image here, the picture would be to eliminate the zone and leave some parking on the main floor. And we see it's the Department of the Councilors to answer this. We're building a downtown. We want downtown to remain animated, and we don't want only cars facing the main street. Another proposal that has objections is to maintain a level of animation on the frontage with a slope. So if the face of the building for an underground building is 5 meters above the surface, that 1 story be associated to that. The image is that building on the slope. We have a component that for a usage versus just to have a wall. We have certain circumstances in the territory or the Oliver Street where we want to deal with the slope well, we would propose that a building on a slope that we must have a level of animation on the public street.
Des questions sur ça.
Question on that?
Exigence relative à la conception architecturale dans le nœud d'intensification.
The identification of downtown, where again it references smaller sector of downtown, and it's to have some architectural diligence. There again, a component architecture, the developer see additional costs involved, and they have a perception that some projects can be not realizable. It is to be noted that we propose two options of withdrawal instead of having one inside. Intensification at the present time, when a building exceeds 4 floors, there must be a withdrawal of 2 meters inside. To avoid monotony of a building, these withdrawal can be horizontal. It's in addition, we give one additional option. We explain why it's wrongly seen because it's a lack of communication here. But we suggest here that again in the main report we have withdrawal. Our recommendation proposal is consistent with what is being proposed. An example of building that would be animated at the horizontal, as we can see the building well go forward, back, go forward and back. It would be acceptable. Any question from the councillors? Madame Leboutier? Once again, in your definition, it is suggested. A building located, suggested. It's a suggestion that yes, it's a recommendation that is being made. Yeah. At the present time, it's proposed as a tax for the council. It's a suggestion by the staff. My other question on that, on the architectural concept, it means that, as an example, if we take a place 1604, does it qualify? There's no 200 Champlain, yes, the 3 buildings on the site, would they qualify under this recommendation? 200 Champlain, the architecture would not meet the requirement of having withdrawal at each 9 meters. But if they're over a certain level, if it exceeds 4 meters, they don't have to have their withdrawal vertical or horizontal.
Faudra peut-être aller au micro, là.
Use the mic as it implements only with a building with over 4 stories, and that's what was missing. Councillor Leboutier, that's the qualification that was missing, lacking. Downtown, can we have more than 4 story? Yes, in downtown? We can always go to a variance. No, more than 4 stories is allowed. Once you go beyond a certain height, the building must be in certain way. You can have huge building of 6 stories that have no animation. You see the image in front of you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stories. So if there was no withdrawal, back on the building, it would be less animated and less interesting for the downtown. Thank you. And so we can add another example downtown. To build beside Uni, it's a building 5 stories on the 5th floor. He has the withdraw, the backup. What is interesting with that? He went one story more to qualify for incentive. He said, I can go one story more as a permit with the incentive it allows. So that's an example after fourth floor. We asked 2 meters. He didn't do a full 2 meters, but he went to, on a variance. We talk about feet. Well, we said we're reasonable, but the intention was to have a pyramid structure. It can't be a wall. Thank you. Somebody else? Mr. Bouvier, is that it? Somebody else? Next item. If we talk about amending the conception of in CM zone, there again, we want to encourage the density along the Boulevard Dieppe, but we want to increase the abundance on Dieppe, and it has to meet a certain standard in architecture and material that are being used. So, in link with this change, we will eliminate the 2 commercial in zone CM, and they had requirement in urban. With this proposal, we are suggesting to eliminate these 2 commercial, and except for the lot north of even outside many changes it is proposed that the commercial that deal with some sorry, it's going too fast. Except it's proposed that some unit can be established on all the floor, including the main floor. That is a proposal that we are putting before the council, so that some lot along the Evan Street can have a possibility of developing the multifamily dwelling. At the present time, the business is forced at the main highway, but the proposal will put if there was a lot south of Evan Street that is on CM to accommodate a multifamily dwelling there again, to encourage the density at the proper place, the right place. The golf course, but Boulevard Dieppe goes north-south. We think that from Evan Street and going towards Melanso, the new school, that whole area that is zone CM, to allow multifamily dwelling on both sides would be zone CM. Sugar that, Your Worship. My question is, why did you choose Evan Street and not Lakeburn Street or Charlesville? To be honest with you, it's not an exact science. It's essentially where, with the discussion we had with some promoters, to see where we could introduce a multifamily without having business at the main floor. If there's a proposal other than Evan Street, we were ready to look at it. It's just that we have to consider that the boulevard is a boulevard that has the objective of being commercial. If we start removing too many opportunities to force building on the main floor, we will get a boulevard that is high density, and we want to try and find a balance. It's not the idea of removing opportunities, but the idea is to give the flexibility. If you look from Lakeburn Street, between Evan and Lakeburn Street, Lakeburn, there are empty lots where nothing is happening. If there was the opportunity of building apartments or business, if they had that choice, I don't see why we choose Evan and not Lakeburn. It's just a question. Your worship, that we know there are discussion about Ivan. They're still on the table. They're still on the table. It's not a residential, but it's a project, commercial, high density. Let's say it doesn't stop. I agree. But if we stop, if we avoid a residential, there's a whole block on the western side where there's nothing. So maybe there are opportunities. I don't know. Question that I'm asking. It should be as strict as that. Thank you, Madame Leboutier. Thank you, Worship. Well, it was the question is for the stories. I'm reluctant to go ahead and approve 6 stories on Boulevard Dieppe. I would prefer that we would go case by case for the simple reason that from Ivan to the bottom of Natalie, 6 stories beside Ivan or 14 stories. You see, the symmetry of the street make it such that there I have reluctancy. Mike, presently the zoning maximum height on zone CM is 18 meters, but at 6 we have 3 meters per. There will be 18 meters. It would be more a building of 5 stories, and the proposal that's before you is simply to leave the flexibility for 6 stories, and after that, the mechanism of reaching 6 stories are better structured because if it's the will of the council not to allow more than 5 story, maybe we'll have to put it in the municipal plan. If we have requests of a variance, it'll have to come before the council to go towards variance. If it's the will of the council to limit the Dieppe Boulevard to 5 story, we will have to better frame it, structure it. It's not necessarily what I would prefer, the 5 story, but it's more to leave a flexibility because according to the project, you can look and Your worship, we're trying to give a consistency to our developers. How do we choose 5 stories for one and 7 to another when it's a consistency? Everybody's on the same reference of height to what as to what is allowed. There's that also that has to be considered. Thank you. Someone else? Okay, let's go. Here we talk about elimination of multifamily in institutional zone. So we've received 2 objections from owners with an institutional zone. The 2 were asking multifamily in the institutional zone. There again, obviously it's a question, a proposal that the council will debate. You want to accept the multifamily in the institutional zone. Here again, if we come back to the idea of why an institutional zone is created, it's to accommodate institutions, either religious institution or university, colleges, schools, community usage. So why would the multifamily zone is found inside an institutional zone? It would accommodate probably a college or a room and board. This is where at the end of the day we don't see the use of a multifamily is appropriate for an institutional zone, especially that there's always a context in an institutional zone. Quite often, it was a former cemetery or a former lot for a cemetery. It was a property that belong to a church. And the question of institutional zone is rather there where we wanted to incite a debate by the council to see if a multifamily is a good place to have it within an institutional zone. So we have two letters of objection. Two letters refer to specific cases where they intend to uh, have a multifamily inside that zone if the council remove the use. Well, they could certainly look at a request of future rezoning or rezoning R3 with conditions applied to it, but it comes a gray zone for you, a big gray zone. We talk about the Archbishop, the diocese. I have a case here on Champlain. We have Lorette, Chartersville, and Manuel South. We had the former church that has frontage on Champlain Street. So it was a purchase of a property. It was purchased to develop multifamily dwelling on the property. And without going too much in details of the proposal, but it's for multifamily houses. The other case is on Diamiro, south of Lavoie Street. So there again, there is a proposal to move to multifamily dwelling. It's, well, if we withdraw the use, I suggest it should remain institutional. What do we see as institution? A prison? No, I mean, it's an institution. They're a good question, and if the council wants to, process would be to ask a rezoning application where the council could have an opening on what is proposed as far as development is concerned, and that they would have to take a position. That's what I was proposing. As you know, we had a sector on Lavoie Street that was some kind of usage, and they had a density. So it's important if they can meet the requirement. You've seen some the complaints. It was analyzed and the reasoning behind it all. So we are open to recognize an apartment block. But of course, at the end of the day, there's always the possibility we want to do a purpose that the use be withdrawn, and it has to go to rezoning. The rezoning make it that the residents of the sector will be informed. If it's institutional, it remains as a right, and we don't have any power of negotiations. So for that case, that specific case, if we look at institutional, we have possibility of rezoning. I'm trying to figure out what kind of use that land could have. Mr. Thibodeau. Your worship, continue on the same question. Presently, we are changing the municipal plan. We have two property. We know there's no institution there. Why wouldn't we take this opportunity to modify the zoning, rezone it as it should be? That's something you can do if you so wish. So it becomes a question of introducing some kind of rezoning within this process, as we did for other land, as we're proposing for RR. And we did it for a lot that has multifamily building, And presently, it's institutional, and we propose to rezone it to R3, but it's existing. When we amend the municipal plan, we can amend things. 2007, the whole Champlain Street in Lakeburn changed from highway commercial. People didn't ask and they did not agree, but it was done. So in this case, I don't think that too many people would object to that. If it's the approach the council want to take in this process, we can look at putting forward the proposal. I suggest that their consensus, Mr. Gadet, and then Madame Bouty wanted to raise that we change the zoning from what we heard tonight from the person who made the comments, that we change these zones in R2, and that it becomes zone where the developer can build a duplex. It's in the area where there are residences. There can be apartment block with frontage behind. We would not recommend to have an apartment there, but if we have a choice, I would go with R2. Thank you. Madame Boutier? Well, same here, two things. I think that the definition of institutional in the zone, page 154, should be redone completely. Unless I'm completely wrong, unless I read it in a different way. For me, it's institutional. An office, personal should not be there. Institutional is nursing home, prison. Is that the definition that was imposed by the province, or when with a former zoning bylaw? So we inherit some zoning, as Andre said. It's a 160-page document. There's a lot of definition, a lot of details. There again, when we eliminate when use, maybe when use can have a secondary use, an office can be inside an institutional zone. Their definition, if we look at other municipalities, institution is an institution, and a business is a business. But maybe for the future, we should look at to formulate over again this. Maybe there's 3 on the list of 17, I think. The other thing is following Councillor Thibodeau and Godet. I was thinking, instead of rezoning, those who have the property to, I don't know what is the term, a grandfather clause on what exists presently. Those that have that zone, and if it's someone, then it would apply. To answer your question, the question of grandfather clause refer to a use that is already existence. The land is vacant. One land is vacant presently, and the other one has a church. It's not a church anymore. It's the structure of a church. We could not consider it as a multifamily dwelling at present time. There's no use of multifamily dwelling at the present time. So the land would have to be rezoned.
The terrain institutionnel devrait être.
Institutional land should be rezoned. Maintain a multifamily zoning under two land and the desire to withdraw multifamily from the institutional zone. What the land should be rezoned to a land that the council wish R3, RHM or yes, intention was probably to put a multifamily on these two property because maybe, I'm not sure, maybe they intended to.
Alors, Monsieur le maire, si je comprends bien,
Your worship, you're looking to have a rezoning that would integrate with the area, with the ward, and that a suggestion should be made by the staff.
personnel, ce sont. Je pense que les deux développeurs, c'est plus haut
I think the two the developers are high density. That's why the rezoning process would allow to have a debate with the developer and have the citizens who would participate in the discussion. Then you would know what is proposed. Maybe there's the staff, it's not public yet as to what is being proposed. Maybe on the Amiros street, it's more advanced. It would allow to have the staff instead of the staff impose it and the developer's not happy either. And maybe there would be a request, an application for rezoning anyway. What is your wish? We'll wait to receive shortly the suggestions from the staff. Thank you, Monsieur Melanson. The next point, we refer to as specific material. Specific material is a list of material that we use for material to install on big buildings, multifamily dwelling usually. And in this list, what happens is the metallic panel was allowed with the list specific material at present time. We suggest to eliminate the metallic material and all form of metallic inside that definition of a zone. So it would not stop a developer to install metallic material, but not 100% on the face of a public street. In the back, there's no restriction, but we talk about the frontage of a public street. There's several developers are against the proposal. There is an argument, qualitative, quantitative from them. It's an argument that the council can study quality. It can be more sustainable than a wooden one. It can be considered as more aesthetic than a wooden product or other material that are already allowed inside within that definition. So we feel that metallic panel should not be considered at that same level as a stone and brick. And there again, the staff feels that the building of huge cabaret should be finished with aesthetic according to the sustainability of the building. So the other side can be finished with more economic material if it's the wish of the promoter. Comments, Monsieur Godet? Question? Yes, Your Worship. I remember not long ago we had a debate. It's interesting on the face of a building was on Dieppe Boulevard. There was a challenge on that. I wonder if we could not include in material a clause that says or any other material that would be to the satisfaction of the pack. Every year new products come out, and now a developer come with a product, and it doesn't fit our recommendation. And I'm sure there are members and you with the pack, you say, yes, it's a good material, instead of coming back to the council each year or each time.
Donner cette responsabilité-là. Merci.
Couldn't we give them that responsibility? There again, for us, the requirement as far as specific material is, in our opinion, is on one side on the frontage of the public street. The other three sides, they can use the material they want. If they want a material that's more economic, they can do so. Well, as to introducing new material on that list, if we think the list is good with the proposed changes, but if the council wishes to have other material inside that list, well, it's your right to introduce the material that you wish. If I can just continue the analysis, we refer the main plan without material.
Brick, stone, wood, cement, clear glass and precast concrete. Donc, on ne fait pas référence à des produits métalliques. On fait
We don't make reference to metallic material, PVC, that is vinyl. We talk about brick and whatnot, but we talk about the percentage of frontage, the percentage of specific material increase to 90% for the frontage of a public street, and then reduce 50% for the multi-family dwelling. We have 50% on the frontage imposed the brick, and we see that we can improve the appearance of our municipality by imposing a material that is judged more aesthetic by the main plan and even the residents. If we refer to the survey where the slides in front of you, 80%, no, the people gave an evaluation of 88 out of 10 for the brick masonry, brick or in stone, 7 out of 10 for wood, 4.5 on stucco, and metallic 4.7 for vinyl finish. We have a good example of that on the new apartment block on Gauvin Street. That's it. Yeah. And it looks very good. Yeah, it's very nice. It looks very good. So,
oui, on comprend l'opposition des développeurs.
we understand the opposition of the developer, but at the end of the day, even if the building are not in downtown, Dieppe, we can consider the same list, but reduce the percentage. So instead of being 90%, we go to 50%. That would brick, wood, and whatnot. There again, it's the decision specifically for downtown. That's what is recommended. Well, the building outside also, the multifamily, we recommend 50% outside downtown, and with that 50%, the window will often take a good 25%. So we talk about putting another 25% in stone or in brick facade. Thank you. And understanding the apartment block on Naketi across from Home Hardware. Is there a metallic panel on it? Yes, that's what we're talking about. It would be to eliminate these panels for the face on the public street. So if you put the panel on the side or behind, you got 100%. But on the face, we want to eliminate these panels at 10%. So essentially, it means assembly of material as far as material that could be proposed, more brick, more stone, but to limit.
Oui.
Yeah. There again, I would come on that Mr. Cormier, we made a variant. You wanted to add 16% instead of 10. We varied because on the main floor, commercial, well, go by 20%, our minimum. I thought it was reasonable to vary the 10% because he was doing more.
OK, on continue.
Continue.
Deux lumières allumées.
No other light.
Il reste deux.
Donc,
There's two.
Who's counting?
pour le point d'augmentation des frais pour
The
demander
decrease of expenditure for adjustment, we received a objection from the developer saying that the increase
excessif.
was excessive.
Donc, on parle de
So we talk about going from
300 450.
300, 450. Explanation here, the increase of expenditures look excessive is recommended last time. The expenditures of that type was adjusted was in 2012, goes from 250 to 300, and that government service increase the expenditure each year by the complexity of bringing change every year, but the municipality adjusts their rate for an increase of 350 to 450 over a period of it's $16 or 5.5 per year, and for the expenses, $16 per year, and it hasn't happened in quite a few years. Question:
Positionné sur 5 cents.
we're not going to argue over 5 cents.
Prochain.
Next, the last one here is we have an objection. A developer objects to putting an absolute number for an accessory building. So we talked that we had a maximum an accessory for a garage, but it's proposed that all accessory building on a residential maximize 140 square, 1,500 square feet on the same land, and the same thing for, we talk about a garage of 1,500, not a small garage, a large garage of 1,500 square feet. The promoter developer objects that he wanted to go more than 1,100 square feet. 1,500 in our mind is a good limit. There again, if the council wish to adjust that, any questions from the council?
Madame
Ms. Arsenault? Your worship. Just a comment. To be reasonable, you can put everything for the maintenance to develop his land. I find it's reasonable. It's very good. Very well. So the deadline, so March the one more question, Mr. Blanc. Your worship. For clarification, when we say an accessory building, when we look at energy that we have apartment block, there are detached garage. They're on the same land. Is it on the same vein as an accessory garage? Andre can answer the question. Here again, we can vary. It's an apartment block with a certain number of unit, and they were garage that were accessory to the unit, but it goes well in the environment. That's not what it's aimed here. No. It's a single family dwelling, really. They'd want to have bigger, but here again, we limit, but similar request on Lavoie or another one. Fine. Good.
C'est tout? Oh, Monsieur Thibodeau.
Monsieur Thibodeau, your worship. Earlier, we talked about institutional, the Archbishop residence and Indian analysis that you made. I thought that you asked to move the building in question because it was too close to the houses on Level Street. And it brought me to make a link with another project that you presented the last time on Guylaine, Boulevard Dieppe and Guylaine. On Guylaine, we would be about to approve a 5-story building. It would give proximity of the city houses on Natalie Street. And I have a hard time with that. As Mr. Godet suggested that we should do R2. Well, I think we should make one R2 of that property that is 56963 and rezone it R2 so that it can continue the town houses that were supposed to be there. That was the original plan. I know it's been sold, but we have the appropriate time to make a change. And while we're changing this, Monsieur Thibodeau, Your Worship, if I may, it should be done during the debate on March 8th, not tonight, because we have a rezoning process for that property, and it would be the best time to debate that question during the public meeting. I didn't think we were talking. I thought we were talking. What to bring it up to? No, it's an integrated development zone. It's a legal document that goes to March 2003, and the council, the zone allowed to go to 15 meter, up to 15 meter is the equivalent of 5-story on that property. Okay, we'll talk about it in due time. Hello. I think we recognize that schedule. I hope that everybody had the chance to contribute what they had to contribute, and everybody had the chance to present their question. And I hope that you are satisfied with the answer, at least that we better understand the process that's been undertaken. We know will continue during the next few weeks to land on March 8th. The council will proceed with the reading. There's still a few things to settle in on the agenda. Question from the public. I think we dealt with them. Adoption of the minutes of February the 8th, last moved by Councillor Leblanc, seconded by Madame Leboudier. On the question. No question. All those in favor say aye. And reminded nay. Carried. Minutes of February the 8th is adopted. Any motion, memorandum, nomination? No. Municipal bylaws? No. Notice of motion? No. Inquiries and announcement? Is there a notice of motion? No. I want to make sure. Inquiries and announcement by members of council. I don't think too many we had. So this being said, the meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone. A good end of meeting. Good morning.